Hello, everybody, and welcome to another PmP End of Month Review. This is, of course, the End of Month Review for the Painters Motivating Painters, the Google Plus hobbyist community. I am joined, as always, by two esteemed members of the hobbyist community. It is Jeff Egan and Kieran. Kieran, how you doing today, sir?
I feel fresh and lively. I'm looking forward to a full month of not the shortest month of PMP submissions.
As you can see, that Kieran is coming back to life. It's winter is ending in Canada, so like it's everything. Like the bears are waking up. He's got to stay more on his toes now. It's very exciting.
I'm like Orion, King of the Woods, that way.
Also, Jeff, how are you doing? Fresh off of your win for best single model at Holy Wars GT. How you doing, sir?
Thanks. I mean, I woke up this morning, I put a cape on, my King of the Nerds crown, and yeah, and then I just pranced around town. I'm doing great. Thanks for having me, Vince. And nice to see you again, Kieran.
Yeah, what is the King of the Nerds crown made out
of? Mountain Dew cans and Slim Jim wrappers, I think.
That checks out. That checks out.
Wonderful.
Absolutely. All right, so of course, what are we going to do? We're going to go through all of the models tagged as end of month submit in the PMP community. We're going to review them, talk about what we like, what we think could be done better. Always try to stay positive, offer some constructive criticism, all that kind of thing. If we miss your model, it could be because you didn't tag it as end of month submit. So always remember to use the tags and set them as end of month submit. If for some reason Google messed up, just send me an email separately or leave a comment. We will always go back to it in the next month. It has happened in the past. Technology isn't perfect. We certainly endeavor to try to review every model. This is a big month, and Kieran and Jeff and I certainly don't mind and love spending this time, but we are going to try to keep it cracking, keep our comments to being the most relevant and essential, and if there were multiple submissions of sort of the same type of thing, we might not give each individual submission the full rundown and say, hey, remember what we said before? Same thing again. Okay, so with that out of the way, I'm going to go ahead and stick to my own thing, and we'll keep it cracking here. Gentlemen, are you mentally prepared to look at a bunch of fantastic work from the community?
Yep, the synapses are sparking right now.
All right, excellent. I too am ready. So I'm going to lock the screen on me. We'll share up here. All right. Can you see my screen okay?
Just fine.
Fantastic. So we're going to start off with our first three submissions. We've got Kieran's going to take his own Storm Fiends there. Jeff, I'm going to have you do Kyle's selection across the old world, and I'll handle John's Malifaux. So let's jump in. Kieran, kick us off.
Okay. Well, thanks to some encouragement from the PMP themselves, I have gotten back into painting a little more actively. So this unit is Storm Fiends that I've had in a box for a long time. One of the motivators for doing this and its entire base was for the Kings of War game. So I've magnetized these so they're removable, and I've made, because the base of the unit is what matters, not the individual models in a game like that. But I can pull them off and stick them onto something else if I want to do Age of Sigmar with them. I think the thing that's probably notable on these guys is my copper armor style, where I use a Screaming Bell as a base coat and my own mixed concoction of Hawk Turquoise instead of the Nihilic Oxide to do the weathering. But I've purposely kept it pretty dark in that way throughout most of the armor. And that's what I'd say about that guy.
Yeah, they look great. Very rich copper tone. I love it. And I don't mean the suntan lotion. Well done. All right. Good stuff. Let's move on. Okay. Jeff, taking Kyle's.
Yeah, so Kyle, you've really got the old world medley here. I've painted a lot of these models myself. The Swordmaster, the Empire, Spearman. I'm curious to know what these are all for. It looks like you're just building up a collection, but maybe it's for a board game or just to have a representative sample of models. I like what you've done. I like the color selections that you've made. I noticed something interesting about the bases, though. It looks like you're highlighting the corners of the bases. If you're going to do that, one thing you might want to try is to do a sharp edge it's especially easy to use the side of your brush to do that line at the edge of the bases, um, and to make that crisp. But it looks like you've done more of a layered thing here, but perhaps that's what you're going for. And the last thing I'd say here, in reference to the earlier comment concerning color selection, people should note how Kyle has placed these colors on the model. I think in each one of these individual models, the color placement works very well, especially that Empire Spearman, which has the yellow and red paint scheme. But here, none of the colors to me look out of place, and you do include a lot of colors, and some of them are classic Warhammer schemes, but it doesn't look too busy to my eyes. So overall, a really good job.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that
Go ahead, Kieran. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to add that I think that's why that quartering of an Empire Soldier's kit is so very popular.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So you have the red opposing each other on the quarter format. See that loads with Empire, and that's the reason why, because it balances the model best.
Right. And here you notice that Empire model, I mean, that color blue, yellow, and red, that's on like flags fairly commonly, not just in the Empire, but in the real human world, and those colors work together. So do the red and green orc colors.
Yeah, it's a good show.
Absolutely. My only one small note would be I'd love to see some even more variation in color across the medals. I feel like some of the medals are a little flat, but other than that, I very much like your color choices. Okay. All right. Moving on. So, John, here we go. We got some Malifaux figs. And I have since seen some of these on the table, since I know who he was. He was painting this for actually a friend of mine. And I actually saw all these guys on the table in a game. I think John did a good job here with these guys. So a couple quick notes on it. I like this guy. I'm not sure about the water effect on the base alone, like he's jumping out of this pool. I always found it weird the size of base this guy's on. I never liked that he wasn't on a larger base given his very active stance. I'm not sure about it. I'm not sure what's going on there with that base. It's an interesting choice, the turquoise water. Looks like he's jumping into a cool stream. But it just feels a little flat overall. That being said, I very much like the color choice with a very natural black leather coat, the gray pants, good leather straps, good brown colors there. The Nephilim is also an interesting choice, the slave Nephilim. I like I like what you did. Like green and red are good opposing colors, certainly. I just wonder if maybe it's not a little too stark of one to the other, of like half and half the way they're split, but that's really minor at best. It's because in the end, I mean, it is balanced. You have enough red balancing enough green. So it just feels a little bit off, as though there should be maybe something at the top that's got that same warm color. But yeah, well done.
I noticed that about his Papa Loco here, the crazy guy.
Yes.
He's got a spot of turquoise up there. At first glance, appeared to be no reason, but then I realized it's the sleeve under his straitjacket. So I can only guess that must have been some commonality that we tried to carry over throughout this whole crew, so to have at least a spot of turquoise throughout.
It's a good call, and probably true, because you can see like this guy has it on the side of his hat, right, along with the red. So he's clearly using the green and red here. You know, because the coat has sort of a green hue to it as well, the very, very deep green, almost black, which is good. I like that commonality. That's a good show. Yeah.
So sometimes we talk about models looking good if you look at a triangle and 3 points of color that all connect. Sometimes if you organize your entire warband for Malifaux, Mordheim, skirmish-style games, when you put them on a display area, if you achieve that same effect, it looks really nice. So it's good to carry that theme, not just for one model, but across an entire collection as well.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. All right. Moving on. Okay, so next up, let's do Mr. Lee Mech Shop. Let's see. So Kieran, we'll have you take the drop zone commander stuff. Jeff, if you want to take Will's additional scenery, and then I'll handle Billy Smith. So Kieran, kick us off with Mr. Lee Mech Shop's drop zone commander.
Tiny ships.
Tiny ships.
Yeah, he mentioned in his comment here he was trying to emulate Starbuck of the former Battlestar Galactica glory on this one in particular. So reflecting the colors, it sort of has the same, if I remember correctly, a similar shape to those ships in the Battlestar Galactica without the aileron that's on the top vertically. So being tiny models, it's pretty tough to get in there and do the sharpness of lines that he's actually exhibited on there. So good on the brush control, good job in keeping your brush from widening out when you're drawing that line. So it maintained its sharpness throughout. I think that's pretty good. And his other later one, the one that's done in black and orange, he was trying to emulate Poe Dameron and the colors of his X-wing. One thing he didn't do on the Poe Dameron version, though, which he did on the other, is the cockpit glass. And he captured that okay on the cockpit glass of the first one. So I hope he still intends to do that on the other one too, because it's an extra additive that makes it really look more realistic rather than just a tiny toy. So there you go. That's what I'd say about those.
Yeah, totally agreed. I love Starbuck, very classic. Yes, doesn't have the forward swooping wings, or like the difference being the forward swooping wings and the fin, but that's okay. I still got it. It looked right. So you have succeeded, Mr. Lee. It's absolutely Starbuck ship. All right, Jeff, take Will's terrain here.
Yeah, so I was looking at Will's introductory comment, and here he was especially interested to hear our advice concerning the lamp glass and the window glass. So here he's chosen to use a blue color on those two types of surfaces, and he says he hates it, and curious to know what he could do. Now, Vince, we were just talking about painting glass and the difficulties of that. I'm no expert in it, if I'm being honest. I know that it's an opportunity to do object source lighting if you're doing glowing coming out of it. That I have some experience with, but I've never painted blue glass. Do you guys have any advice on this?
Well, actually, I would say just where you're going with it. If it were me doing this, I would do a warm glow of light emanating. So I do it in orange, both for the lanterns on the bridge as well as the fire hearth warming the inside of that inn or whatever the heck it is.
Yeah, it could be the thing that you dislike is the color blue. It does look a little strange to my eyes as well. Creative name to stand out, or Will, or whatever we're going with here. I think an orange or yellow glow might serve you well, and that way you just you could start with a dark orange and work it all the way up to a lighter yellow as you get brighter and brighter. Any thoughts, Vince?
Yeah, so two things. One, yes, exactly. If you're going to do, like, the cheat is just make them hot, right? That is to say, make it inner light. So yellow in the middle, going out to deeper colors on the edge. So like with your windows, the lightest point should be the center, and so on and so forth. Same with each little pane of glass, which isn't actually as hard as it sounds. On a small thing like those lanterns, you paint them white. You take a yellow wash, you run over it. You take an orange wash, you run around the edges. Done. Like at that scale, it's fine. If you want to do real glass, like that is to say non-lit glass, then you're talking about a fairly stark transition between blues, grays, whites, and you need to have white color lines, like white reflection lines that have a dark line beside them. My advice to you would be go look at Disney animation cells and look at things like, so like I happen to do this because I happen to do this very recently because I'm painting Cinderella, but go look at how they did Cinderella's glass slippers. Okay, like Disney animators knew what they were doing and had to replicate the look of it with something that again is a flat image, right? And so the key is to have those reflection lines with a dark color next to it to really set it off. So it's go out there, look at don't try to look at real glass. Look at other people who've drawn glass and try to mimic that. And I think you'll be the right way. But yes, effectively a gray to white transition through the blue spectrum, almost like a non-metallic metal blue steel. There you go.
I got one other technique that I might throw out there, just as a thought, which will work on the lanterns and maybe not on the panes of glass. But that is that you can paint those panels of the lantern much in the same way that you might do a gemstone.
Mm.
As you can imagine that you're starting with a base color, you're working progressively with on the lower bottom quarter, you're having your most highlight, and the upper quarter underneath the cowling of the lantern is where you have your darkest. But you have a couple points of gleam white light somewhere in there just to pop in.
And much like a gemstone, slather that bad boy with gloss varnish.
Yeah, and then gloss
Oh
varnish.
boy.
Get real weird with it, you know what I mean?
Right.
I knew it was coming.
All right. Oh, and let's not forget, I think the rest of the model looks fantastic as well. So we're focusing on the thing you asked us to look at, but looking good overall.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. I don't want to take away from it. He did a great job on the individual, like the plaster, the wood looks well weathered. I like the darkness, the light, stuff like that. All that came out well. The rope, yeah, it's good stonework. My only comment on the stone, Will, is I'd like to see more color in that stone. That is a huge piece of stone that's been sitting outside, theoretically near water. All of this under here, under this bridge, should be green and brown because life would just be growing all over that. This would be solid moss, right?
Yeah, the bottom of those stumps of the dock as well.
Yep.
That's right. Yep.
Yep.
Exactly.
Algae everywhere.
Absolutely, yeah. Anything that any stonework that sits this near water and outside that long, like Google old bridges in Europe and look at how many of them look like clean stone. None of them.
That's true.
All right, but very well, very, very nice overall. Certainly an awesome piece of terrain to have on the table. All right, Billy Smith with his Thor-themed Ranger Captain with the wings of honey mace for Kings of War. All right, nice. He's got the flying dwarf with a hammer of Thor. I love this. This is great. This is a fun little model. I like how he's got the hammer up in the air, holding it like Thor would hold it. That's good. I feel like this is a good alignment of conversion and model. So looking at this, Billy, I think this is very well done. Your skin tone on your dwarf is nice and deep. The eyes are picked out very good. You got darker circles sort of around them through the wash. You've get that. That's good. I like the blonde color of the beard. I think you could probably even pick out the beard just a little more if you wanted to. But I mean, it's fine. Given the small scale of this, it's really not an issue. Overall, I think if this is like an individual character, an individual model in KOW, then I think he'll be a nice guy. And I love that you propped him up on the little tiny post that's just short enough that when you're looking at the model, when you're standing and you're looking at the model on the table, you won't be able to see the post. It'll literally just look like he's levitating above the base, which I think is great. My only pushback is against the leaves being all that same sort of color. Given that you've got, I understand you might be trying to emulate the beard color and carry that through, but you've got little red strappies on his hands as well. So I think that was a perfect chance for full autumnal spread of leaf color. If you had like some red leaves in there, it would serve to create the perfect triangle with the red on his arms, because you would then have the single point on the base, as well as balancing the big beard. So maybe a little red leaves mixed in. But other than that, it's a very small nit, but I think this guy's great.
Yeah, that was my only criticism as well on that.
Definitely.
There we go. Yeah, well done, Billy. All right, next three, same order. Wait. Okay, so Kieran, you can take John's big Peacekeeper. Jeff, if you want to take Kyle's other Empire guys again. So probably a lot of this. We might have some of the same, and then I'll take my ogres.
Okay.
Perfect.
Good. Well, on this this big master model, it's obviously a wall of metal, and with a few other colors picked out in here. He's done a little bit of glow because there's a light that comes out of that shoulder on the which I guess would be the left shoulder of this monster, and it's throwing some glow down onto the arm as well as the side of his face. I think aside from that, the wires are the other colors that are represented here. The glow looks great, actually. I think it's pretty fine as the way that comes through. I think what we might need, though, is the actual point and source of light maybe needs to be a bit brighter. So that is my one thing that I would say about that. As far as the metal as an overall, it obviously looks a lot samey because it is. It's the same metal that goes about constructing this guy. What you may try to do, just to sharpen it up in some ways, is to do a bit bolder edge highlight and see if you can work down a little bit darker on the undersides. So talked about metal variation a bunch, not just on this show, but in other avenues as well. And that might be something to just give us a little bit of a breakup of what is otherwise mostly monotone model. Execution's fine though.
Yeah.
Anything
All right.
to add?
Nope, I agree. Brighten up that single point of light and thin down even more the yellow tint, because the way light reacts with metal is very strange. It isn't like, that's almost like it's casting the light on something that's white cloth. It would turn it that yellow. Metal wouldn't look like that. Metal would create light lines, right? And it would alter the way that the steel is reflecting that particular light. And then other than that, I would just say yes, black line your individual plates harder, and you're good to go. Now I will say the picture isn't doing this as much justice. I've seen this guy in person, and the metal actually has a great natural finish. He did do well with that. But I do think you need some more variation in it. Darkers underneath, lighter up top, that kind of thing.
He was also talking about in his introductory comments about weathering, and so that might be something to think about, especially around the feet. If the machine's moving around kicking up dust, the bottoms of the feet could be a slightly different weathered color. That might be something to consider.
Yeah, absolutely. With big metal models like this, the name of the game is weathering, right? When they're all one material, and they're all metal, weather. If you want them to, if you want that look, but I mean, you might also be going for like this guy just rolled off the assembly line, so which is fine. Alrighty, Jeff, your turn with some more of Kyle's Empire.
Yeah, Kyle, so I'm liking this engineer. I think he looks pretty cool. I've got two pieces of advice for you, though. One, I think I'd like to see a little bit more depth to your yellow. If you skip back one picture, I think Vince is... There's a picture of the profile. There it is. Yeah, so if you see there in the ridges, it doesn't look substantially darker in the folds of that yellow sleeve as it does... there's not the darker color in the recesses that there should be. So I think you want to do a little bit more to pull out the color there and show a little bit more gradation. And secondly, if we skip to the front image or the back image, either one of those two, I think that I would have chosen a color that's slightly different for the tunic because I think it could be the picture, but I think that the color of that robe is a little bit too similar to the steel armor that he's wearing on his chest, and I think that you might have wanted to choose any of your other colors, maybe the brown color of the hat, or possibly even the green or the blue that you're using on the feather to paint the robe, so that it contrasts a little bit more with the steel. But overall, I think this model looks nice, just like your other collection of Warhammer figures.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. I think the brown would have been the right call. Yeah. All right. I'd also like to see a little more variation in the feathers. Those feathers are quite flat. And feathers are just an opportunity to dry brush wash and use incredibly fast techniques to make them look incredibly varied. So that would be my other quick note. Alrighty. Oh, but one thing I will say is I do like the glass effect you did. That looked nice. I skipped it quickly, but I'm sorry. But yes, I thought it was actually quite good. All right, so my Chaos Ogres. Yeah, converted Chaos Ogres. I don't know, not much to say about them. I think they came out okay. I wanted to do blue skin to tie them in with the rest of the army. Oh, as well as a Bretonnian Knight for fun. I forgot he was in there. That's fun.
Hey, surprise.
Hey, surprise Bretonnian Knight. I get bored in the middle and start painting Bretonnians. It just happens. So when I talk about variation in the metal, this is what I'm talking about. If you can see, like, these swords. And this, like the way that this is reflecting, that kind of thing. That's what I mean, like the tone on the gold, that kind of. That's what I'm aiming at when I say create the variation in your metal color. All in all, I think these guys came out okay. I'm not greatly enamored of Warhammer's ogres, so I don't like the models very much. But yeah, I mean they're fine. I think that probably I could have pushed the metal contrast even a little farther, and that probably would have made them look a little better. Yeah. Any thoughts to add, gentlemen?
I was going to add maybe a bit more contrast on that bone gradation too. Is the tiny thing we talked about getting some striation in there.
Yep.
And hard to tell what she did.
I think if we look at, let's see, there you go. You can see.
Oh yeah. Okay. All right. I'll give you a pass on that one then.
All right. Yay.
One thing I'll say is something that messes with my eyes a little bit, Vince, is the skin color on one of the ogres. I mean, the skin color looks great across all the ogres, but with the shield color being so similar to the skin on that one ogre in the center, I believe it is. If you go, yeah, right there. And even there, I think there might even be another image of it. I'm not sure, but yeah, that messes with my eye a little bit because that shield gets a little bit lost next to that flesh with the blues being carried over. I mean, I know that's a motif that you're going for, but for whatever reason, the positioning of that chaos shield on his shoulder is it's striking me as a little bit off. I don't know. What do you think?
I think you're right, and I think the answer should have been I needed to highlight and use flesh tone to whiten up, not actual white, but flesh, like pale flesh, to lighten up the skin even more, right? So that way the deeper color was associated with only the shield, and that would have struck it off better.
Yeah, I think that would have done it. But overall, these look really cool, and I love the use of purple and blue and gold. I love that scheme.
All right. I'm pretty happy with them, but you know, they're ogres. What can you do? Okay. So, Kieran, if you want to take the next round of John's stuff, I'll jump on creative name. I'll jump on Will's next piece of terrain because I want to take that one. And Jeff, we'll give you Paul's very sweet Necron. So,
Cool.
Kieran, start us off.
Okay, so this is the Latigo posse. So when we see a greater piece of work here, I can kind of tell that what I alluded to before about having turquoise carrying throughout or green has obviously been the thing because we see it carried on here too. So color balance is okay, and the execution looks fine too. The skin tone when we get to Perdita's chesty area needs more depth, but surprisingly looks really, really good on Francisco, I think it is, the other character's name. I could be wrong about that. But he's got a very rich, darker skin tone going on here, and a lot of sharpness around the nose and cheekbone highlights. So that's a tremendous execution of flesh tone here. But I think that it may again be photography that's flattening it out on the other figure. But that's the one thing that I noticed on this Perdita figure that I would like to see more of. And my other thing would be cork bases need something to cover up the flatness on the top. Otherwise, it still looks like a cork base, unfortunately. That pebbly stuff isn't very natural. So to put, even if it's to sprinkle some sand to give it a smooth, or not a smooth surface before you paint it, I think is the way to go to make that more convincing. So those are my 2 points about these. There we go.
All right, very good. Yeah, Marilyn noticed I don't like the little pink bow, and I agree. I second your thing on the flesh. I don't. She's a little too pale. His skin tone is fantastic, though.
Yeah,
completely agree. I love the tone he achieved here. It looks great. Okay. All right, Jeff, you're up. So this was a repaint of some of the feedback we gave him from last time. So Jeff, do you remember his model from last month?
Yeah.
And the colors?
In fact, I just scrolled back and took a look. So if you see these images side to side, which I'm flipping back and forth to, he took out pink and red from the model.
Yes.
And that's one thing that we recommended to him, and I think that this looks substantially better. I mean, clearly your model still has a lot of color on it. It's definitely still popping. It's going to stop the show when people walk by the table and want to take a closer look at it because it really pops. But it's not a bag of Skittles. So I think this really works so much better, and this is a great example of, you know, it's still a busy model, and I don't mean that in the negative sense. I like to paint busy models myself, but it's not an attack on the senses. And I think this looks really good, Paul, because your painting is really good. Your brush control is great. It's just a matter of culling back the amount of colors. So eliminating that pink and red color does wonders for this. It keeps it to that 3 color plus neutral tone standard, and I think it looks really solid.
Yep. The other my ones he changed this backplate here to be the same blue in line as well.
Oh, okay, sure.
That's what I remember about that. Was it green before?
It
It
used
was
to be
green before, yes.
Yep.
And it's shocking how much better it looks, right? Like,
Yes.
I mean, like Paul, I mean, this is aces, man. This time around, I love just the color change. It's great. Clearly, we are geniuses. No, I mean, you executed on this, and you did very well. And I think this is a fantastically different, unique, awesome-looking Necron Lord. My one note would be your blue to blue, your sky blue to magic blue sort of transition here on all this is so stark. If you're going to edge highlight, thin it. If you're going to try to catch it, smooth it. So like take your magic blue, thin it down, and just run like 2 glazes over the edge just to smooth that transition a little if that's what you want to do. Or if you don't want to do that, then just thin out the edges a little bit, especially up on the top here and like in here. But other than that, I do very much like it, and it works. Like having the lighter blue to pop it off is great.
Yeah, great work, Paul.
Absolutely.
Kind of nice to come back to these sort of do-over models that after a month later.
Absolutely.
He said he broke his rule by doing that and going back and repainting. But yeah, so I'm glad you did. I think it looks really great.
Absolutely. This should be held up as inspiration for everybody who says Necrons are always boring. And paint it in an interesting way, because I've heard that so often. And Paul's figure is just an absolute rebuttal of that point. All right, so Will with the Ophidian Archway, that old mix of metal and stone that I truly hate. Okay, we all know I've got a thing about this from previous ones, so I got a lot to say about Will's terrain piece here. The first thing I'll say is it looks great. He did a good. These are fun to paint. All of these. I like the very sort of bluey color he did with the stone, mixed in with the occasional red bricks of sorts, just kind of like replacement bricks or different color bricks here and there. I like the tonal variation of the frescoes that are damaged. They look simple and natural, yet they're each slightly different. That's really good. Like up here, when you look at this pyre burning and stuff like this is fantastic. So like this side of it, I love, and I really love what you did up here too with this. With the red, everything looks faded, like this has been sitting out. So all of that, like, but your lines are still very dark, which is great. So I like all of that. I like very, very much. My only pushback here is on the front. When we look at this side, there's so much interesting color variation going on, and just like it's very busy. When I look at this side, I've got the metal, and really this whole thing looks like it's in 2 colors, copper and white. Now I know it's not, but I would have loved to see some more brown tones, whether it's through sepia washes, agrax washes, anything. Could be 10 different ways, but more browns or earthy greens worked into the front here and into the copper to tie the two together. Part of the problem with the metal versus the stone is one is so bright, one is so flat, and they contrast so hard. I would love to see a little more tying that together. There's a little bit of it here and there. Like I can see a little here around the top. You know, it doesn't look like it wasn't hit at all. It just feels like this could have benefited from another big wash, dry brush, and then a targeted wash, a dry brush, something like that.
I think when I look at that the spots that would have been best suited would have been the scripture on the archways, both above the door and the windows, and also in those trees that are coming up the either side of the dragon.
Yep.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That's what those are. They look like bonsai-style trees almost.
Yep.
Mm.
But all in all, very cool piece. Yeah, I like it. You did well, Will. It's a tough piece to paint because of the weird inclusion of the metal against stone. It always is going to look a bit unusual.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Moving on. Okay. So Kieran, you get more guild people from John. We'll probably In fact, I think probably we'll we're just gonna flip through here since we've got more guild people and it's a lot of the same. A lot of the same. Your guild rifleman, very good. We can see the same color schemes throughout. I think most of the points we've said already, John, probably apply here again. You've got a good mastery of the leathers. The cloaks look really good. Yeah, I think all in all. And here we've got, I like the rocks and stuff used for these bases as well. So
yeah, different basing materials, the difference on these guys.
Yep.
That I think are worthwhile noting.
Absolutely. Good. All right. Okay, so let's move on. Let's Will, we'll give you, or Kieran will give you Will's for his next corn people. Jeff, you can pick up Kyle's little diorama because I think there is, even though it's more Empire people, I think it's worth talking about the diorama, and I'll take Rasmus.
Sure thing.
All right.
Okay, so Will's corn people. I sent Will some corn people actually. We did a little bit of a swap a while ago. These aren't them, but I think that what he did on his past ones, I'm trying to envision his past ones as well. I think his red was a little bit deeper on the previous ones, but what I do like about how Will does things is frames that red really well with the sharpness of his sort of grayish metal that he's put on there. Right. So we look at his armor plates on his greaves and shoulder pad. It's pretty sharp. You might be afford to get a little bit darker on there to show the rivets a little bit better, but the rest of it's framed well. When we look at his axe piece, however, that one looks totally flat, unfortunately, and the flash might be doing it some injustice. But there's an opportunity where we've talked about metal already, and here's another opportunity to talk about getting some depth of color, and don't be shy about going much darker on some of those parts of the metal facing of those axes. So there you go, Will. That's what I would say, and I look forward to seeing those reavers done as well coming up soon.
There you go. I totally agreed. You nailed all my points. I think I want to see more depth of red, both darker and brighter.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, Jeff, with the Empire Halberdier diorama.
Yeah, Kyle, so this looks really cool. To me, this really evokes the theme of the Empire, and it looks almost like the cover of the Dogs of War. I know that's not Empire, but Dogs of War army book when that was a thing that existed, where you've got all the halberds sticking out in kind of a porcupine style, ready to slice up some orcs, and it looks like they've already gotten one because there's a severed orc arm on the base leaking blood. Really, really cool thematic thing. I've got a couple of pieces of advice for you, though. Firstly, it looks like you've applied some sand that's not painted. That's a bugbear of mine, because I think that whenever you apply a material to a model, especially to a base, that isn't painted, when the rest of the model is painted with acrylics, it strikes the eye as strange, because it's like if you put real metal and don't paint that, sometimes it can look a little strange, and I think unpainted sand has that effect. Two other things for you really quick. Just these are things to challenge you further. I think you've done a good job here, but I want to push you a little further. Your white could use a little bit more depth. Here you've got a very flat white surface on, say, the leg or the side of the head on that leading halberdier, and I want to see a little bit more variation to that. You could go down to a gray and then highlight up to a white, or you could do a bluish gray, or what have you. And then if we could flip to an image where you could see the eyes, I think Kyle, you could practice the eyes a little bit more. You want those dots to be a little bit smaller, because right now it looks like they're really surprised, and I guess they could be given the scene they're in. But you still want your black to be a little bit smaller in the pupil there. That takes a lot of practice, and it's something that I really struggled with for a long time. But the more you do it, the better you'll get. You just want to start with white, or I tend to start with black and then white over it, and then coming back with a little black dot. Those are my pieces of advice.
I agreed on all counts. I think you nailed it. Yeah, absolutely. Overall, I love the positioning of the figures. I think it's an awesome little unit filler diorama. Like, people should take note of being able to do interesting stuff like this. with their models. It's great the way he's positioned them. It's the big advantage of these figures that could be multi-part positioned like that. They're not monopose. Use that ability, right?
Yeah, and he's mixing the Empire Huntsman with the Halberdiers, and it really looks cool, mixing all those pieces together.
Absolutely. All right. And also, I would say, since you've got the gray, don't be afraid to do a little more highlighting on that gray. Or even just low lighting, like taking some of the darker shadows down, can have the same effect in reverse. Okay. All right, Rasmus. So he said some of his friends started 40K. So as usual, Rasmus, I believe Rasmus just has like a massive collection of out-of-print armies. He was doing like the Wolf Ulrich. He's got the Kislev people, and now what do we get? We get some Sisters of Battle. Rasmus owns a time portal to the late 90s where he gets all his figures from, which is pretty fantastic. These are great models. I love the inclusion of the pink. Obviously, he's went off standard quote-unquote book color scheme here, because traditionally the Soritas or whatever are red and black. But I love the pink. The occasional like green and multicolored hair almost makes them like there's a purple, a blue hair. They almost feel more like a strange Necromunda gang to me. Very heavily armored Necromunda gang. So I'm not. That's the only part, Rasmus, I'm really not sure of looking at it right off the top. I don't like. I think that you probably like, it's okay to do some tonal variation, but when you start getting into anime hair, you really got to then balance that carefully, because it's going to just stand out. And like when I'm looking at these, I don't see the beauty of your models. I see 3 hair colors, because it's all I can look at. The other thing I would say is on your bases, you're definitely building up some big bases with the rocks and stuff. But then some of the other ones are like the green. We need some more livelihood in that green. It feels like just green, simple block, just kind of laid down, or maybe even just grit painted green. I need to see more variation, more natural there. I don't know. I'm not sure what they're supposed to be walking on. Like, I don't know what that is meant to be. If it's meant to be grass, then it should be grass. If it's meant to be green rock, it almost looks like they're walking on a field of warpstone powder right now. That's really what I get the impression of. And I don't think that's what you want.
I think they're on AstroTurf.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Mini golf, of course.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And I don't think any of these things we're saying are what you're aiming at. So if you're going to do like natural green grass scenarios, you need a good mix of flock and tufts and earth, because there's no spot of nature that's uniform, right? Like, nature is, by its nature, not uniform. It's just a mess of little rocks and tree branches and grass and weeds and everything else. And so you want to try to replicate that in some way through both tonal variation and material variation.
Your best bet moving forward on the basing front, I think you want to go with brown, highlight that up a little bit, and then apply, like Vince is saying, either woodland scenics mosses or overbrush turf or static grass or what have you. Put the green color on top of the darker color, the brown color.
Yep. And the reality is, it takes a few moments at the end of the whole thing. Don't do a great paint job on your model that took hours and then skimp because you don't want to spend another 5 minutes on your base, right? Like that's really the answer there for basing in general, not just this in specific. Because you did a great job on these sisters. They look really cool. You chose a great scheme. You made them look very unique. Go all the way with it is what I would say. Okay. Also with this center rock, I think this should probably be the same gray as the other rock. If you're going to do gray rocks, do gray rocks. If you're going to do brown rocks, do brown rocks. Again, uniformity. Because they standing next to each other, it looks very contrasting. Okay.
Okay, where to next?
All right. So next 3. Okay. So Kieran, we're gonna give you Lee's Mars people. I don't remember their name.
Skitari.
And you know what? I think we should do. I will take Kieran's thing. I'm gonna grab Kieran's piece here.
Sure.
And then Jeff will give you Victor's Lord Castellan there. Does that sound good?
Sounds great.
All right. We're gonna mix it up, Kieran.
Okay. So these guys, I believe, are called Skitari.
Yeah, it's their
Yeah.
name.
I know this because as part of the event I was at yesterday, there was some 40K going on, and I learned at least one thing from that, apparently. Well, with the one broad shot that we have here, there's not too many things that we can draw from this aside from the white's nice and tidy. It's really clean and sharp from the red. And I'm a fan of the white and red overall. I've done a lot of models in the past that way, so I appreciate that that's hard to do sharply. So I think you've done it. One other thing that I can see from the weapons is these guys like to go with wood stock weapons, oddly enough, despite all their Mechanicum association. And that looks rich. It ties in with the red to balance it out a little bit as far as the composition of the model. But there's one thing that I really wish there was a tighter shot on, and that is he's got a few points of blue in there, like he's doing lens glow on the eyes, and he's got a couple other points on weapons that are some lens glow. It looks attractive, but it's not a tight enough shot to really give you a lot of critique about that. But I'm intrigued by it, so I'll just say that. Good overall composition. There's my thing.
Yeah, I agree. Very, very clean. I love the bright white. Yeah, I think it looks good. Agreed. Any thoughts, Jeff?
Yeah, I think Skitari is the Rangers are an awesome kit. I think your feedback was all pretty good. Otherwise, I guess next time I'd say we'd like to see a couple of close-ups. We could really get in there and analyze it a little bit further if we get a tight shot of at least one of the models from the unit. So, but overall,
Agreed.
looking cool.
Agreed. All right, so I am going to take Kieran's fire belly here. All right. All right,
Does
so
anyone paint ogres with pink flesh anymore? What's going on here?
they're done, buddy. That's so last year.
Okay.
All right, I'm ready to rip this thing apart. No. Okay, so here we go. No, Kieran, you did an awesome job here. I like this guy. This is traditionally like one of the few ogre figures I really liked because I thought he was interesting and very different than all the rest. Interesting choice on the jade mask and the jade piece under there. You did well balancing that out with the thing sort of beneath his gut plate. I like the fire transition into smoke. I think people should take note of how you did that, both in the fact that you varied the heat of the thing, and you actually didn't put the hottest right near his mouth, which I actually rather like, because the hot point for you is near his hand, where he's sort of really calling out the flame, and then everything else isn't quite as hot. But the thing I really like that you did here is you have just little tiny bits of the light. If everybody looks up in the smoke, you can see just the little bits of orange here in the smoke, where there's still fire underneath, so it's kind of like coming out from inside the thick black smoke. That is absolutely that's dead on. I love this it's a very small touch, but it really harkens to the way big billowing flame looks. If you've ever seen like a big roaring fire, you can still see the heat inside the smoke right near at the point where it changes. So I think that's really good. I like your free hand on the shoulder. Good touch there. And yeah, I assume this is like rust or something here on the weapon. All right.
No,
Or supposed to be inner heat.
Yeah, I'm trying to do some brimstone air within the stone, because it's a big brick of stone that's sort of encapsulated in that metal frame, that U-shaped frame. So it's a stone hammer in my imagination that needs a little bit of volcanic innards, I guess. I was also struggling in a couple of places to counterbalance the fire. I've seen a lot of these models done where that's the only spot of red or orange on the model. And so that's also the reason I did the tattoo in that color on the other shoulder, because I wanted to have some of that balance elsewhere.
Yeah, that makes sense. When you look at him like this, you can actually see the line you created by doing that, which I like. One thing I would say is if you wanted to go for that, if you're trying to go for the inner heat type of thing, then I would say take the stone darker. Because if the stone really was encapsulating fire, one, it would be charcoaled or pretty fast, right? So it You think about like volcanic rock,
Yeah.
obsidian. It's very dark. Two, just for artistic reasons, it would make it much easier to set off the inner heat if you had like a blacker rock. Doesn't need to be volcanic glass black, but just a blacker rock, and then cracks of extreme light in it, right? Like something like that combination might. It's tough because that thing has some really weird natural texture. It's not, a big smooth volcanic glass mole, but you might have, that something like that you might have been able to then set off that fire a little more.
Okay. Yeah, I buy into that.
Yeah, basically do what you did with the smoke on the hammer. you clearly have already mastered the technique. Because you did it right here awesomely. All right, and nice little rusty touch on the weapon too. That is rust there, I assume.
Yep. Yeah.
Kieran, could I ask you really quickly about what, how you painted the mask on the face, that color green? What were you doing there? What are they GW paints or are they private?
They are. They are. Let me think about this. So it's Sotek green, which I think is a deeper
bluish green, yeah.
Deeper blue green.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah, Sotek is their turquoise, basically.
Yeah. But maybe I used a darker one. I think there's a darker one than that was the base. Anyway, this was starting from whatever darker color that was.
Might be Incubi Darkness.
No, it wasn't that dark.
Okay.
There's no ink on there. There's no washes on that at all. It's just really, really thinned down. I actually brought out the wet palette for that part of the model, and I was doing transitions into moot green, which is their bright scorpion green version, and then eventually.
Oh, is it? I hadn't heard of that paint.
Yeah.
This, by the way, was the longest fishing expedition in history to try to find the word scorpion green. From the moment you started this, Jeff, I wanted to ask you if you had a trophy on the wall from this fishing expedition.
No. I was just joking there. I had other reasons. Keep going. Sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, so it's all just slow rolls, and probably about 8 different stages of layer as we're moving through that base green into white. Even there was even white put onto there.
Okay.
Eventually. Yeah, but all wet palette blend and putting really thin layers onto the model itself, selectively.
Yeah, no, because I think it looks really great, especially compared to the flesh and the orange and yellow and the flames. I think that this would look like an awesome color scheme people could use for wood elves or for savage orcs or for an ogre army like this that you're doing.
Oh my God, really that would be fantastic to see some savage orcs in that color green. Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, I really like it.
Really? I don't know if I'd like that.
You don't think with an orc army? You don't think so?
I don't know.
I've always been a fan of the minty green. I'm in. I'm here. I'm with you, Jeff.
All right, you guys.
All right. All right. Let's move on. Let's give. So Jeff, if you want to take Victor's Lord Castellan and associated Griffhound here.
Yeah, Victor. It's always a pleasure to take a look at your models. I'm now following you on Twitter, so I get to see some of your stuff up there too. Looking really great. I feel like we've said similar things each month when we've talked about your models, but just the color scheme's awesome. Speaking of minty green, here's another example of that. A different take on it. Looking really cool, and it's always ambitious to do stripes on like tiger stripes, and I think these came out really well. If I had to give you a piece of advice, I think that this is something I'd say. I think that those stripes look excellent. They could use a little bit more, like one more coat of the black on there, because to my eye, it looks like the black is a little too translucent. I don't know if that's something you were going for here, but I might take one more pass over them just to sharpen that up a little bit more. But otherwise, I think that this Lord Castellan looks great, just like your other Stormcast Eternals look great. And I really love, as always, what you've done with the basing here. You've got tufts, sand, rock, and I think that you've also used weathering powders on the rocks as well, and it looks like a really great desert theme. Yeah. So excellent work.
So my note on your stripe comment is actually this. I think you're right, but I would put this pin on it. So doing natural stripes is really hard because it's meant to be fur, right? So
Sure.
the black needs to be, you don't want it to end suddenly, because it doesn't. Like if you look at a tiger, there's orange fur mixing in with that black fur near the edge, right? Which is why I think he did keep it thin.
Okay.
So I would want to see the deeper black, but only in portions. Does that make sense? So
Okay,
like
sure.
you would darken a center line or just the top, or you see what I'm saying, like intermittent deepness. That's the portion of it where it really, like, it just so happened that a lot of the black fur came together, right, to make it solid black. And then I would even smooth. I would even then glaze, or even if you want to get really crazy, just take your brush and like attack the edges with that sort of tan ochre orange color, and just kind of attack the edge to actually fade the edge a little bit in like a sort of stipple pattern. There's a lot of different ways you could go about it. That being said, doing those kinds of, I agree with you, doing those kind of stripes is one of the hardest things you'll ever try to paint.
Yeah.
Luckily, Victor did a video about that.
He did, yes, absolutely. I think Victor's true genius here is on the underbelly being white and the white to sort of ochre transition he has here. That is the best white to ochre tiger transition I've ever seen. And like, that's funny to say that, but that is a really tough transition to make, and he nails it here. Very natural looking.
And I've got one more thing, only because I feel like I spend 90% of my time complimenting you. I've got one more critique, I think. But I'd like to hear what you guys think about this. But could you flip to the next image, Vince? Whatever gets to the back of the Lord Castellan.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go. I think that I would prefer to see that symbol that you painted, the twin-tailed comet, to pop off a little bit more. We just looked at Kieran's model where he did those tattoos, and he outlined the outsides of the teeth on the maw that he had painted with a darker color. And here, I'd like to see a color between the yellow and the purple to make it pop a little bit more. But do you guys agree with that? What do you usually do when you do freehand?
A couple of different things. I did another model that we may see. Oh no, actually, I did it after I photographed it. But I did one later where I actually blacklined the whole outside image, and I did something flamey.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was a brighter flame against a deeper red background. So that's why I felt I had to do that. I don't know that I feel as strongly about this because yellow is such a very different color than purple anyway. So you can see that transition. I think that what he could have done here is have a deeper orange as a third color layer within that ball of flame.
Mm.
And that would have made it do what you're asking for, making it stand out in contrast without going so far as to have a black line edging around it so that it looks like it's something. Because when you do a black line edging, I think the danger is that you make it look like it's something that's like an iron-on badge. Or
Yeah. One thing that I'm thinking as we talk about this is, I know that when you mix colors on opposite ends of the color wheel, you get a really neutral tone in the middle. When you take 50-50 of each. If you did that here, I wonder if you use that color as the outline color. If you get a brownish color, and I wonder if that would make it look appropriate. I'm not sure exactly what I'm looking for. Maybe is the problem here, but it might be worth trying something because to my eye, it just looks a little off right now.
Yeah, you're not too far off there. I think it's a deep orange that might do that.
Okay.
As a third color within there. But I would only keep it to the lower half.
Yeah, the bottom maybe. Yeah.
So that it builds towards the idea of the flaming ball.
Yep.
All sounds good to me. All right, next three. We've got a bunch from Lee. Oh my goodness, a bunch from Lee. All right, so oh boy, Kieran, I'm just gonna cycle through all of Lee's stuff here for you. We're gonna give you all Lee's stuff, okay?
Okay.
We'll tag team it. We'll help you out.
Dig it.
There you go. We'll all just move through all. That sounds good. Let's just all do it. We'll all move through all 5 of Lee's, and then we'll do the next 3.
Sure.
Okay. All right. So let's move through quickly here. All right, Lee. Here we go. First, we've got these guys. More Skitari, I believe.
Yep.
The Doughboys.
Yes.
He says I want to just pause here for a second. He says something in his comment about this that he says, "I just like the dumb head on these, so I replaced it and still not sure about them." They have a really dumb looking head. The natural models.
You take that back.
I
Take that
agree.
back.
This is heresy.
The natural model that this comes stock with.
I love it.
Oh boy! All right.
I love
well,
it.
You can talk about this model then.
So,
I
okay.
mean, he replaced the head, and I'm like, thumbs up already, Lee, from me. But Jeff and Vince are going to tell you otherwise. So go.
No, I think that what he did here is really cool. I like the servo skull kind of head thing going on here. I think that's really cool. I just don't dislike the other one. I like the other one. I like goofy crap. That's me.
Agreed. It's very danger, Will Robinson. Now
Yeah.
that being said, the head swap is fine. I like what I love about this, Lee, is you did exactly the right thing. He's got good red and white, ties in with his other Skitarii, but look at how weathered and wonderful the chipping pattern is on the red enamel, on the white enamel. The chips look very random. They're varying in size. I would like to see a slightly darker color in the center of the bigger chips. So like in this one, I'd love it if I had an even like a chocolate brown line somewhere up top, like right here, tracing the top of it to really make it look like it's shadowed. But that's a minor nit. It really is. It's very small. Same with these slashes across the armband. This weathering is exactly the right thing to do with these to create that visual interest. And you've really nailed it here. The pattern feels very random. Looks good. Very natural.
Really cool.
All right, let's move on. Corn Herald and Crew. All right, so we got a bunch of bloodletters and such. I'll jump on this one if you guys don't mind. I'm always a fan of the corn color scheme. All right, I will say something that was said to me. So I love what you did here with the skin tone. Great transition, very classical. The red to orange, Lee, you nailed it. That's great. Like honestly, on the bloodletters. And this, I would love to see a little more highlight on their face, but at the same time, I will also say that could just be the camera not showing it because yellow and orange don't show on digital photos when the camera adjusts to seeing a lot of red. So that being said, it might be there. What I would love to see in the same vein is more on the sword. This was something said to me and something I am certainly guilty of. I'd love to see some more brightness to the center line and to the edge here. On the sword to really pick them out and make them look like they've got a little more action going on. Your transition is good. Now we just need the edge and the center line to really make it pop. And it's something that Kieran had said to me a little while back, and it's stuck in my head, and it's something I've really tried to make sure I'm doing because I think it's exactly right. The difference that it makes, that little final touch, is so big.
He's done it on the spines of these things, though, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Or at least it shows up in the picture. So.
Yeah,
So
basically what you've got here.
If it doesn't show in the picture, then carry on doing what you're doing. But if you really didn't do it to the same level as the spine, then do it to the same level as the spine, I think.
There you go. All right. Next up, he still needs his base, but otherwise he's got the more Skitarii. Jeff, you want to jump on this one?
The Onager Dune Crawler or something, I think. Yeah. Skitarii is awesome. I love Skitarii. So here, you've used the weathering technique again, which, for those of you wondering how to do it, you can find tutorials all over the internet. Games Workshop produces them often in White Dwarf, and it's simple, but it's super effective. I think this looks really good. One thing I think you could do here, you've got the weathering on the plates, but I wonder if you could do something to rust up the machine parts, because they're walking around on Mars, and there's going to be a lot of dust flying up all the time. And these guys clearly aren't right off of the assembly line if they're all chipped up. So I think something on the legs to do a little bit of weathering would be a cool next step to take if you're interested in that sort of thing. But overall, I think that this is a really strong paint scheme, and I especially like the red stripe that you've got going down the center of the front of the model. I think that's a really nice way to tie it in, break up that large white pattern. That large white plate that you've got there, and I think it looks really cool.
Yeah, there's good value to having variable metallics on there as well. Like he's got some brass bits as well as his iron bits, and so that adds a little more interest to the model, I think.
Totally agreed.
For sure.
I love the racing stripe. It's great. All right. Next up, the Blood Reavers. Kieran, you want to take the first pass of the Blood Reavers here?
Sure thing. So these are Will's? Or
No, these are still Lee's.
Well, these are still Lee's. Wow. Guys all over the place. What a dynamo. What a dynamo of painting. If you did this all in a month, then I have to work harder. Well, the first thing let's notice here is he's done a bit of variance of flesh tone throughout. So our usual Caucasian flesh tone on those ones towards the back. He's got some in the middle with a bit of a deeper, almost reddish skin tone, and then even paler once we get to this guy on the front. So all that's cool, and I think that Will, the reason I thought of Will is because he did a whole video about this, about doing variance of skin tone throughout your models and recognizing that your fantasy realms can potentially be as multicultural as the realms that you walk around in today. So I'll give a nod and a compliment to Lee for attending to that, and because we're trying to reflect at times realism in our fantasy miniatures that we paint, that certainly takes a nod towards doing that. A couple other quick points that draw my eye on here is his bloody pools of basing material on there that are going on. I guess he's just seems to have painted that red and put some gloss over top of it or some water effects. What I might ask you to do, though, if you're doing this again in the future, is to try to make that a variance of color to the armor plates. Not too far off, I don't want you to stray far, but to make it look like a different material than the armor plates. I think it needs a little more of a push to one direction or the other.
I think he might have used Blood for the Blood God, the technical paint. I'm not positive, but I think he might have done that. And yeah, if that's the case, you could always just mix in another color with that.
Yeah, and it could be pointing out something that's already there, because as we know, photography and red represent themselves a little bit differently.
Sure.
Yes, I would say a pink. Put like pink. So in the once you get away from the rock, put some pink out here, and then run your Blood for the Blood God over top. I promise you, it will not stay pink. Blood for the Blood God looks awesome over pink because it tints it to be that bright red, and it will come through there. Lee, with this whole army, has been doing these blood bases. He must just have like stacks of dead soldiers of empty Blood for the Blood God palette or pots. All right. Last one from Lee. 2 more giants. He has so many giants. So there's 2 more. Kieran, I'm going to have you jump on this one because you're the giant expert.
Am I?
You are.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, another exhibit of flesh tone, and we can actually talk about it a little bit more and see it better on these models than on the smaller ones. Lee's been real good about doing a soft transition of his flesh tones, but yet still getting a very deep contrast to the deeper parts of it. So this is going to sound weird, but let's focus on the nipple area of this giant for a moment.
It's not a sentence you ever thought you'd say in your adult life, huh?
But you can really see it here. So he is almost charcoal dark in the deepest recesses there, underneath the nipple, and then when we, as your eye is drawn down there or drawn up, you actually do see a natural reddishness to the flesh as it gets to the brighter parts. So really well executed, and it goes to show that how much variance flesh tone can really have if you pay close attention to it. So I think that's a masterful job that he's done on this one in particular. Now if we flip to the next one, he's gone to the unnatural spectrum of red, but the principles are still the same, right? So he's very brown in the deeper parts, but comes to almost bordering on the edge of orange at the highlights. So that's really good. Nothing more to say about that I didn't say about the previous one, but maybe the one extra thing to add in here when we're looking at this model is his use of bone color on quite a significant part of it. And I think that the one criticism that I might add to you, Lee, is because you've come from so much darkness to lightness on the flesh tone, let's go a little bit more level of lightness on that bone as well. And I think that will be totally rewarding. to go a little bit more white on some of that larger area.
Yeah, and darker in the recesses or at the base of the bone, depending on the area. Like the toenails could be darker at the base, where they separate from the flesh.
Yeah.
Yep. And I love this Gorgon model, and I just wanted to say, Lee, big ups for the Scar brand the Scar brand axe or Bloodthirster axe, whatever, over here in the hand. Good swap. You thought I wasn't gonna notice it? I noticed that axe. I love me them axes. They look amazing. All right, well done. Okay. All right, so now there we go. That's yes. If that's all 1 monthly, you are giving me a run for the money on submissions. Okay, so Kieran, let's have you take James Wilson, which all we're looking at here really is the banner. So actually, let's just jump in here real quick because he mentions me, so I'm going to talk about this. Then we'll do the next three. So James had obviously submitted these last month, and we talked about he had the banner and it was just kind of red. We liked the way the troops looked, but the banner looked very fat. And so he followed a video I put out on doing simple freehand, and he followed it, very, very well. And I cannot explain how much more lively these guys look now that these banners aren't just flat red, right? You look at that, just all it is, it's a simple cross, right? And everybody out there who's watching, you can do this. You can do this. You can draw a cross or an X or a couple interlocking circles or a chaos symbol or a chaos rune or the head of the horned rat. I don't care what it is. Most of the stuff that goes on banners is very simple. It's just a simple shape. And the way he's black outlined it here, which I think works very well in this case, and then use the contrasting gold color inside, very much like what is on the top of the banner and on the rest of his Iron Warriors here, I think looks great. He's got a little bit of tonal variation in the gold, which is what you want. You can see there that he threw around like some slightly lighter highlight. That's good. You don't want it to just be flat. You want to create a little tonal variation in there, which he did. And you can see up here on the banner where he got the lighter parts here on the ridges. Perfect. This is perfect. Where the ridges are gathering, just as you collected the light here, right, through that not having this brighter, so too does it go lighter here. And James, you just knocked this out of the park, man. And it's just a proof positive. You can do it. You can freehand your stuff. Everybody's good enough, and it just pays off in spades. Well done, sir.
I just looked back to see the two side by side, and it's night and day. Yeah,
it really is.
The banner's so much better.
Yeah, we all remember when we're talking about at a tournament, what are the judges looking at? Bases, faces, right? Shields and banners. Bases, faces, shields, and banners. Know it, love it, live it, learn it. All right. So, Kieran, I'm going to give you Andrew Wade's thing here. Jeff, if you want to take Marok's Awesome Gators, and I'll take Will's first Stormcast. But this was from the Battlefield of the Brush, which was Andrew and Mickey and Skeleton Flower and some others. And this is his Messenger, which is like I think he's 54 mil, right? But yeah.
Yeah, I think that what I want to talk about in this model as a great example is how a limited color palette can still have a lot of variation with it. So he's effectively predominantly a blue model, you'd agree, right? So he's got the brightest, the most vibrant of blues is the hood, but he's got that under the jacket as well. It's the same color. Even his jacket, although it appears to be a black jacket, has some reflections of blue within there as well. And then, of course, his jeans, although really, really pale, also still have the spectrum of blue within them. And I think this is a good example of how a great painter can sort of reflect those throughout and stay within the same spectrum of color, but yet show that variance. So everything's very smooth on here. He goes from dark to light in a very gradual way to do his highlights. So you see every fold in those pants. You see every shred on that jacket as well. The skin tone, because it's so rich, does really balance well against what he's done along the accoutrements along the base. And adding this little fox in there for the flavor does not feel out of place at all. In fact, at first glance, you don't really notice them. Then you probably, like for me, when I look at this model, I look at the face, and then I start looking for other things that reflect it. And I look to the boots, and then I finally see the fox behind it, which has the same color tones as the boots and the warmth of the face as well. So composition in this model really is top level, and I don't have any complaints at all about it.
I completely agree. It's stunning work. This is fantastic. The beard stubble, especially, even just absolutely great.
Yeah, I don't have any business critiquing this. This is really, really, really good.
But thanks, Andrew, for posting this up here, because it gives us an opportunity to talk about those things that I just covered, right?
Yep.
And opportunities for others to view what a limited color palette can still be a very evocative model. You don't have to pull all the spectrum of colors out of your paint box when you're doing a model.
For sure, and it also calls us back to where one of the first entries we looked at this month, where we're talking about different colors leaves on the dwarf base. And if you look in the colors he's chosen here for his leaves, you have yellow, orange, brown, red, all the autumnal colors, and it looks a lot more balanced. It's a really good basing.
Agreed. Absolutely.
Cool.
Masterful work, Andrew. I think you should feel very good about your input to the battlefield of the brush. All right. Jeff, his first, you want to take Maroc's first two, I'm going to call them Kreuger, because I like calling them Kreuger, even though I know it's wrong, from the plane of Gur.
Oh, okay. Kroxiger, no?
I'm sure that they are, in fact, Kroxigor, but I'm going to keep saying Kreuger, so there you go.
You
Please
do whatever
continue.
you want to do, Vince.
That's right. You be you. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, so Merrick, I think this is really good stuff. We've seen your models evolving across the months and all of the hard work you put in with conversions, and I think this looks really, really nice. I really like the color palette you've chosen and how you've elected to do the green and blue hues here, and also your metallics look like very worn with verdigris, swampy, and that looks really great. Lastly, I like if you stay on this image, Vince, I like what you've done with the leather. I think that you've pulled out a lot of the colors to the brown, and it looks really worn, using a lot of different colors here to give that effect. I think that looks great. A couple of things to challenge you a little bit further. One is really simple, and I'm not sure if you were doing this on purpose, but the color splashed around the base. I like to do a nice neat lip around the base, but it looks like you splashed the color over. Now, maybe you're trying to do it so that it's water that's spilling over. If you want to do that, there might be better methods to make that look more apparent, more obvious what you're getting at. And the second thing, again, just to push you a little bit further, I think that you could improve the bone a little bit more. Like we've said previously in this show, I think you want to do a little bit more variation on the teeth. I personally like to do brown with a series of lines progressing up to a bone color. So, dark brown, tan, up to that bone color, and even mixed in with gray toward the end if you want to make it warm. So that requires a little bit of practice, a little bit of brush control, but the effects of it can be really, really strong. So those are two things I'd encourage you to do moving forward if you wanted to do even more.
Mm-hmm.
Good thoughts. My only note is I'd like to see a little more tonal variation on the rope, because rope is a thing composed of thousands of tiny natural fibers. It tends to be something that should have a lot of tonal variation into it. And again, you can get a lot of it through just dry brushing and washing. So on this guy's arms. All right. So finally, I'll take Will's Stormcast here. He said he finally started painting them. Yeah, he looks good. Very simple color scheme, nothing too, and that's the beauty of Stormcast. The reason that these guys exist, don't kid yourself out there, people. The reason these guys exist is because they are a big, striking, relatively straightforward model to paint, right? And they harken to the same aesthetic as Space Marines. They're grabbing, and they have very clearly delineated lines and textures for people to paint. they're great to get new people into the hobby, and they're great for experimenting and playing around with them. And I think that this color scheme works well. I like the purple and silver and gold. I would say that probably what I'd like, one of the things I found is I would like to see, like, you have a dark ridge here around the shoulder. I'd love to see this pushed up slightly, as opposed to just being like the wash line here. I'd love to see this come up. The shoulders are everything on Stormcast. Like, really, Stormcast come down to two things. I shouldn't say everything. They're half of everything. Stormcast come down to two things: shoulders and shield, right? Like, the rest of this is just silver. It's just metal. It's whatever. You know, maybe you could edge highlight the little plates more. All that would be fine, like darken the steel. But in the end, that's all, you know, you can give or take. But the shoulders and the shield are everything. And so what I would love to see is this come to even brighter right here on the upper ridge, and for this darkness to extend up a little more. And same with the shield. I'd love to see a darker ridge here under this lip, and I'd love to see a lighter color down here on the bottom, like especially to one side, so it'd lean like this. That would create some interesting tonal variation for these guys. And, you know, again, with those big giant football player shoulder pads combined with a shield, it's what people are really going to see when you zoom out from the model. So, there you go. Any other thoughts there, gentlemen?
No, I don't have any other things to say about that.
All right. And as always, when you're lightning purple, what's the secret? Flesh tone.
Flesh tone.
Flesh tone, yes. Don't lighten your purple with white. Lighten your purple with flesh tone or gray. If you use a deeper gray, you can also get away with it. But I prefer flesh tone. Okay. So Kieran, if you want to take Dice Miniature Paint Guy's big drop pod, and then Jeff will give you Mickey's Battlefield of the Brush this time, and I'll take Archaeos' Stormcast. Sound good?
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Imperial Fist drop pod.
Okay, so let's talk about how we've done a really bright yellow on this thing, but also incorporated some great weathering. So the color is obviously very vibrant, and that's in itself an achievement when you're dealing with yellow. But the things that he's done, and he's done a couple of things to give weathering texture. So using ink to really sharpen up the edges of the armor plating of all this thing has been done very sharply, and it's likely done with a sepia or other slightly reddish wash. Even the rivets at the very, very top of this are sharply done, and their attention is given to. And then as we get to the very base of it, because we got a lot of dust blowing up from there, he has gone with a very chalky dust as opposed to a very brownish dust, which we might have seen in a lot of other cases. It's still really effective, and I think it's still very realistic that it shows up that way. So I appreciate that. I think it's really well done. Can you give me the next snapshot, actually, to show that off a little bit more, because the doors are closed?
Yeah.
Okay. So, in fact, when we see it from this angle, you can see that there is some deeper brown if you look at the bottom right corner one, that panel, but then he's chalked it up a little bit more. And he's made sure to carry that chalkiness through over the black as well. Okay. On the very base part of it.
Same with around the symbols where he's got the streaking going on and such, and here at the plate joints, yeah.
Yep, using the wash to accentuate that as opposed to the chalkiness. So I think that's really good. It's a really good technique to pull that off. The one thing that I think that doesn't tie in super well with the rest of it is those dark gray panels that are on the upper part of it and around the edging. I think that needs probably a little bit more sharpness to define it around the different plates that go on there. But one flat color seems to leave it sort of a bit standing out and unreal from the rest of it because you've done so much weathering elsewhere on the yellow. Now, as far as how you do that when you're dealing with black, is you have to go into your gray spectrum and maybe get a little bit of dustiness on there in a few places, because the place that's going to be ultimately black is just in the cracks between those armor plate seams, and the rest of it should be not quite black.
Yep.
So, there you go. That's my comments about this guy.
All right. Agreed completely. Okay. All right, Jeff, you get Mickey Jenver's Battlefield of the Brush submission, which is our old buddy Sigvald.
Yeah. All right, I'm not gonna sing the song. Oh, Mickey, you're so fine. You're so fine. You blow my mind. No, here I'm doing it. I already started. All right.
You did
You
do
already
it.
did it.
Yeah, never mind. You can't really introduce that without saying the whole thing. All right. Um, wow, how excellent is this? Another model to go along in that competition that we're talking about. I can't wait to see Skeleton Flowers, which must be coming up later in the month. So Mickey said in her comment here that she was trying to challenge herself to do something new, and this is non-metallic metal, which she's not particularly well versed in, but you wouldn't know it from looking at this model because she's done an excellent job with it. I think the star of the show is the shield. From this image, I think that it's just an excellent example of choosing a light source and allowing the color to just diffuse slowly across that curved surface, and it's really an excellent demonstration of how to do object source lighting. It's something I'm totally unfamiliar with. I only know when it looks good when I see it. I couldn't inform someone as to exactly how to do it, but I don't know what to say in terms of critiques. I mean, I don't have anything substantially. I mean, if it were me, I might brighten up the hair a little bit more toward the extents, the most extended portions of it, just to add a little bit more color into that. But it looks great as it is. That's just icing on the cake stuff, and what I might do if it were my model. Otherwise, freehand looks awesome. Such a nice, neat outline that you've done on the inside of the cape. That's a really difficult line to draw with a paintbrush. The Zinj symbol, Slaanesh symbol looks great as well, and so do the skulls on the base. This is just really great work.
Yep, I agree. I agree on the hair. I would love to see more tonal variation in the hair, Mickey. Like, you have so much variation on the rest of this model, and the hair really feels like it's two-color, right? Like, it's black with, like, this sort of the kind of bluish, deep blue over top. And I just feel like what I want to see is the same level. Hair has a lot of the same sheen and properties as non-metallic metal, especially Sigvald's beautiful flowing mane, right? This guy would look like the cover of like a Pantene bottle. So it should just be like, it should have that perfect light ridge at the 45 degree around his head, that kind of thing. He would just, you can see him walk onto the battlefield just shaking them locks, and it's just flowing out behind him. My only other note would be with the non-metallic metal gold, I felt like you leaned a little too heavily into the black spectrum on the armor. Gold doesn't have a lot of black in it, even in the deepest shadow. Gold turns brown, right? So like, you can. I feel like it's not that you can't use black to set it off, because you can. But I would say if you leaned more towards various deeper chocolate browns, burnt browns. There's a lot of different tones out there. Siennas even. I think you could, and those were your recessed colors. I think you would have something that was more tonally rich, because that brown is just warmer. The problem with the black is it's so absorptive of the light, right? It just shuts light off. I mean, that's what it is. And so gold needs to look reflective at all points of it, because it is. There's no part of it that isn't reflecting. It's just how much light is that particular area catching. So that's why I think, in general, you want to stay away from that. Small note. Overall, absolutely fantastic. And yes, I agree. That shield and that cloak, oh my god. Like, that shield is masterfully executed. That reflection. Masterfully.
She's done way better on the silver. I'm the opposite. I think I have an easier time doing gold when I try non-metallic versus the silver when I try non-metallic. And she's nailed the silver spot on here.
Yeah.
I'm jealous of that. Thanks.
I agree. That blend is so smooth and perfect. That's an inspirational piece to look at there when you look at a blend like that. Okay. Archaeos, who says he finally completed his Lord Celestant of his Gyrian Guard. So let's take a look at the Lord Celestant. Our guy in the middle here, surrounded by his faithful. See, I was hoping to get one that's just more him. All right. That's okay. All right, we'll zoom, and I can't zoom in. Okay, that's fine. We'll deal with what we've got. It's a little far away, so I will give my notes briefly. I like the green and gold. We commented on that before with the previous ones. Wonderful choice of green, set off by the gold incredibly well. And by the way, I love in this shot where you can see the strappy hammer cloak that he's used this very ruddy brown, this sort of like frankly sienna color, like light sienna. Um, which again is in that same earth tone. So his gold is warm, his green is earthy and warm, and then the browns he's chosen is earthy and warm. It's tying the whole model together. Very clean execution on his paint jobs too, like so very crisp and sharp. All of his lines and things like that. I think that looks quite good. Overall, I mean, I think that you could, if I was going to give you anything, it would just be maybe push some of your highlights on your green a little more, push your low lights on your gold a little more. That is to say, the deeper recesses, the gold being a little bit darker. That being said, that guy looks fantastic, and yeah, very well done. Your steel variation looks about right. Like when I look at this guy's hammer and sort of the very darkness recessed beneath the word Sigmar or whatever versus out here versus the edge line, that's the right amount of variation, and so I want to see that same amount of variation here on the gold.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, top edging of the shield is another point where that would be best executed.
Yep.
I think.
Yep, absolutely. Okay.
Stuff.
Very, very well done. All right, so let's see what we got here. Kyle, let's see. So we did. I guess you took the last gator, so you want to take this one because he moved up his. He's up in his gator game. So we'll compare. Merrick, Jeff, if you want to take this, we'll compare his previous gator to his new gator, and then he's got two of them here. We'll give you both of those.
Sure.
And then I'll talk about these two, the Kyle's, and then my own piece, and then Jeff, you can do John's Malifaux dudes. Does that work?
Okay. Or did you want Kieran to do the
Kieran,
Malifaux?
sorry. Yeah, Kieran will do the Malifaux.
That's what I thought.
All right, Jeff, here we go.
All right, more gator time. Yeah, this one, from the looks of it, it looks like you've got a lot more variation in the color. You've brought out more of the yellows than the blues and greens, and I think that is a really, really strong change. Here, yeah, could you keep flipping through the images there? Yeah, and also you'll notice the bases are neater around the side, and I think that makes it look more polished and finished. And the nails look a little bit, see, like the bottom nails on that foot there, the foot on the right, look like more of what I was talking about in the previous video, in the previous analysis. Yeah, Merrick, I think that you've done really good work here. Well, I've got something else that I could point out that you might challenge yourself with, that I can see on this model that I couldn't see on the other, the eyes. Here you have yellow glowing eyes, and it looks to me like you've just got one color of yellow, possibly two, placed right over whatever color was underneath, I guess a dark green. I think that you want to probably lay down a nice brown, a nice neat brown, and then work up that yellow in a couple of layers till you get to a glowing point in the middle, mixing in a highlight color there. But otherwise, could we flip to the next?
Yeah, go up to Moonhammer.
Yeah, the next Crocs. Yeah, and so here you also have a different color scheme going here. And it looks like you've got some sort of, is this an object source lighting?
I believe that's what he's aiming at, yes. Like that this thing is glowing this bright white and casting that on this guy.
Okay. Well, I'd say that I think you need to think a little bit more about the way that you're approaching the object source lighting here, because I think it looks like a little too much. With object source lighting, I've always found that what I've done on my models, now I've never done white, I've always done either blue or pink or orange, yellow for like a lantern or something like that. But the danger is that you go too much with it. I don't know what would you guys recommend to Merrick here? How might he go about doing this that would make it look a little bit more realistic? Because as I look at this, I see a little too much chalkiness. It doesn't look like it's glowing so much as like dusty. What do you guys
Uh,
think?
I think what's missing is the purple at the other end of it. So he's gone white and purple as a reflective source on what would otherwise be green scale and skin on the lizard, right?
Hmm.
But all that shows up on the axe head is there's a faint hint of purple there, but it's mostly just white, and he's even got a little bit of green in there, which I guess he's trying to imagine is reflecting back off the greenish of the flesh. But I think that's the part that needs to link it together is purple as the source of the light and make that more convincing.
Mm.
Yeah, so here's my thoughts on this. OSL in general, I think, is something that it's easy to carry it too far. It's exactly what you said, right? Because the problem is that the only way this amount of OSL would happen is if either this thing was as bright as the sun,
Nuclear
right?
blast, yeah.
Yeah. Or this guy was literally in complete darkness, right? If that was a super glowing weapon and this guy was in complete shadow, right? This was like deepest night, there is no sun in the sky, no moon in the sky, he would look like this. That amount of light. The problem is the green wouldn't look like that, right? So what's happening here is we've got a problem. You painted this side, Merrick. Let's get back to here. This side is painted as though he's standing in sunlight. This is lighter, this is lighter, this is highlighted. Light is coming down from here, right, from the top in a standard zenith. In other words, when I look at him from this side, he's standing in the sunlight. Okay? This side is painted as though he's standing in no light, right? Because the sun is always the brightest thing around. Walk outside and point a flashlight at yourself. How much of that flashlight shows up on you? Okay? Even if it's a floodlight, it barely changes the color if it's noon on a very sunny summer day. Why? Because the sun is incredibly bright, right? So if you want this amount of reflection, then what you've got to do is take this into shadow completely. You take all this green, you wash all the color out of it. It needs to be just slightly green-gray. And I've seen a couple people paint very masterful night OSL scenes, and they knock all of the color out of every other part of the miniature. Everything gets painted in greens and blacks and browns because without sunlight, you don't see color, right? So everything is just cast in shadow. If you want to get this kind of effect, really, I think your answer here would be this should be this white-purple, and what should happen is these scales, when green scales would get hit by light, they would naturally turn yellow, right? Or something like that. They would turn lighter green, yellow-green. So what you could do is, if it was me, I had this bright moon hammer, I would just be edging somewhat of his arm here in a brighter yellow and somewhat of this to show like around maybe this part of his jaw and his fingers here and call it a day and have it just tint a line here and here to represent the two corners of the axe down the hilt. And then do a bit deeper shadows on this side of the ridge to kind of then further pull out that it's like stopping light. But the problem here is we have the OSL, we don't have the corresponding shadows.
Yeah, that sounds right.
If you want to see a masterful example of this, go look at the Crystal Brush site and look at last year, 2014's single figure winners. The second place was a dwarf underground with a single source of light that wasn't the sun. And all the colors washed out of it. It's in complete shadow and grays. And it's a masterpiece. So there you go. Okay. All right, so let me go ahead and grab these two. So Kyle talking about his first experiment with his wet palette. And I think you can see, so 6 years ago, very old, painted out of pot, and then wet palette. And yeah, there's a definite difference there of what you see when you look at if we can get one in the same light here. We got a lot of varying light, Kyle. That's not helpful. Like, I can't compare them when they're like that. Yeah, I mean, the wet palette really is an easy thing. It's tough to tell because these are somewhat small models, but it really does help smooth out. And I think what you should get from this, Kyle, and what you should clearly see, and I hope you do, because certainly it's evident to me, is that you've been upping your painting game, right? Like you're working on it, you're getting better. I can see more. You know, there's clearly some progression here, and that's a good thing. It's very obvious when I look at this compared to this, or you know, and then the wet palette guy, that you've really come along, and so it's good. Keep pushing it. You know, keep using that wet palette to smooth out those transitions. You know, the key. I mean, it's hard with these guys because these little hormigons or whatever they're called. I don't know. You need like
termagants.
I was close. Some kind of gaunt. You need like a bajillion of these, right? So they're not a model that inspires you to take it up to a high level. But I think that's where you can use that wet palette to get thin glazes that if you do some extreme under highlighting and then just quick glaze, you can really start creating some smooth edge plates and stuff like that. Okay. And then I will just say this is a Zinch Gorgon. This is what I converted. It's one of the most insane conversions I've ever done. That's how big he is compared to a Gord. That gives you any idea. He's absolutely huge. Yeah. Let's see. Things I don't like about him. Still not sure about the armor color plates I did. That like blue steel. I'm not sure about it. I don't know what to think of it. Overall, he doesn't work quite as well as I want. Like, I should have done some more work around this plate sunk into his skin to smooth that out. That's a big chunk. That's a real problem that I didn't notice until the end. And I think that his skin still looks a little too dark in some places. It needs more purple, less gray. I should have worked in purples harder in the lower parts, and I didn't notice that until late, and I was a bit late to the party to do that. Yeah, I don't know. I certainly welcome any feedback on him there, gentlemen.
I like the tattoos quite a bit. I think that's an interesting element to add more interest to the flesh portions of the model. I wonder if you could bring that out with one more highlight on those. I think that might, because it's so much darker than the hair that it gets a little bit lost when I look at it from any sort of distance. But when I'm zooming in, because I have a touch screen, so I can zoom in nice and close on these, and the tattoos look really, really cool. I think they just need to pop a little bit more.
Yeah, it's tough with that. So that's what I'll say about that is those are very much not popping, sort of on purpose, and admittedly, I don't know if it's the right choice, but I can give you the thought behind it. All of those are flesh washed down after being
interesting. Okay.
To make them purposely look like faded tattoos, right? That have been like out in the sun for a long time. Like, I didn't want them to pop because these guys have never seen the inside of a building, and so. But I'm not sure that you're right. That I couldn't. I think probably the right answer might be to darken down some of the areas. The reverse of what you said, I think, might achieve the same thing, right? Like, sharpen and darken the underparts where it wouldn't have been exposed to the sun as often, and hence would still be more closer to the original blue.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, I would say that.
Yep.
One thought I thought about this is such a dynamic model that pushes itself in every direction. You know, left, right, up, down. He goes everywhere, which is a fantastic achievement in modeling that goes well beyond what I think most of us would be willing to even venture into, just because of the sheer physics of it. And also the fear of ever having to transport this anywhere aside from the shelf to the painting table.
There.
He is rammed into that post with quite a thick steel pin. He's stronger than he looks.
Well, I'm talking about like I'm thinking about the whips and stuff, man.
Whips and all that. And
oh, sure.
Yeah, very cool model though, and eye-catching for a lot of different reasons. I would be, all I can think of is, geez, I'd hate to carry this guy around.
He needs his own special cart, certainly. He got he got to beat up a steam tank last night in my game, so that was fun.
Yeah. I had one quick query
please.
about it though. I
Please.
guess one thing that I would say is the little blue flame that you have on his whip, and the trail that comes down off of his opposite elbow, his left elbow. Are those meant to be blue flame, and is the mane coming back from his head also meant to be blue flame?
Isn't that a great question? So
Or
the main no,
fur?
yes, I think this is supposed to be like fur or something like that, whereas these are supposed to be feathers. So the flame has white worked into it at its base, right, and goes from light to dark, whereas the fur and feathers are blue as a base and go from dark to light.
Okay, so you are imagining them as two different textures.
Yes.
Got it. Yep, then that's fine.
Okay.
Carry on.
Very good. Okay. He was fun to build. It's funny because I built him and then sent Tom, my co-host on Warhammer Weekly, a picture and said, "I don't know what I just made. What is this?" All right. Sometimes you just gotta start gluing things and see where it goes. So John's other Malifaux, Kieran. I think this one's yours.
Yes, let's talk about this. Now, just because we finished talking about blue flame on yours, let's talk about blue flame on John's.
Absolutely, more blue flame.
John did it the right way as well. So as we know, well, I don't know if it's the right way. We're talking about blue flame, which doesn't exist in our world except for, in the maybe in somebody's chemical lab that they can create something that looks like that. But the principles of flame still remain the same. Is that it's lightest at its hottest, and then darkens as it cools and goes away from the center. So he's gone a little bit further than you did here on the tips of it by going with a really dark blue. And I think that's good. I think that's really good, in fact, the way that he's done that. The other thing that catches my eye on these models is the coffins, of course, and the variation that he's getting in his wood. Right? So he goes from, he still maintains a richness of the wood color, but he's going to very light in a few places and giving us the illusion of extra texture that's maybe not sculpted there on the model by doing so. So I think that's a really good job of doing that. What it doesn't do, because this is blue flame and we don't know how arcane flame reacts, is it probably would be brightest down by the base, which is where it's darkest for him. But I'm okay with that because this is arcane flame, and I don't know how that works. There's no physics.
That's a good point.
But I think those textures and that is really well done here. So I want to give John the compliment for both the wood grain and the blue arcane flame all across the board on these things. And what else do I want to say about that? Something about, on the contrary to how he's handled the wood, I think the leather, especially on the boots, seems all flat. And there's not, I can't tell if there's much going on there for.
Oh, did I drop?
Nope, you're still. I think we lost Kieran for a second.
Okay.
But yes, I'll pick up because I was going to have the same thought, which is just that I'd like to see a little more variation in the leather of like the jacket and the boots. But the fire looks great. And there was actually oh, are you back, Kieran? We lose you?
Yeah, I've been audio's been fine for me the whole time, but I guess not for you.
We lost you for a second. Yes.
Yeah, you cut out around boots, but the flatbeds.
But I knew where you were going and picked up because I agreed.
Okay. Well, that's all I would say about John's. Again, kudos on the wood and the fire. And yeah, let's move on to the next.
All right. Next up, so let's see. I'll take John's first test Plague Monk here. And I want somebody else to take this BattleTech mech. Have either of you played? All right, good. Okay,
no,
good.
I have no idea what the hell it is. I want to look at it, though.
All right, Jeff, you've got that one, and then Kieran, you can take PJ Stormcast there.
Okay.
All right. So I'll jump on here on his Plague Monk. These are still the Plague Monks I have as well, the older metal version. So I know painting these guys well. Yeah, I mean, looks good. They're a fun model to paint, good metals, good textures. You got good variation. These are okay to be dirtier models. I guess what I would say is I'm not sure about the white fur on the arm. Gray fur is reserved for gray seers, John. Plague Monks don't have gray seers, don't have gray fur. So that hurts me in my soul as a Skaven player. But I mean, as an artistic choice, I don't think there's anything too wrong with it, except that it's sort of standalone. It does look very contrasting. It looks more like he's wearing a fur sleeve than he's actually got fur. I would love to see the green have more shades of yellow into it. It adds with some of the putrescence. And I think with the silver, I'd love to see a little more variation in like the highlighting up toward the top. That being said, good tonal variation on the wood, and your take on Skaven flesh here is solid. Good deep rich brown tone. Maybe have the tail be a slightly different color. I've always been a fan of tails that have some kind of more crimson or red color to it, so it doesn't just look like their actual flesh coming out again. I mean, traditionally rat tails aren't the exact same color as the rest of their skin. It's a little different. I mean, I'm definitely not a fan of just pinking it or something like that. That's not what I'm saying. Just a hint of maybe another flesh wash or something like that to give it a slight variation. All right, Jeff. Go ahead.
Batter up. I love this logo. What am I looking at? This is a game called BattleTech?
Oh, what do you mean? What is this game? Welcome to the miniatures game of the past and the future again, my friend.
Right, like the 1980s, right?
LK6KNT, the Black Knight.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you lost me at hexagonal.
Yes, he's supposed to have a hex base. That's why he has no base right now.
This is like that stand I always see at the game convention with a bunch of like shops up, and I'm like, what is that on that shelf over there? But it's always there. Yeah, really, really cool looking model though. I love what you've done with the. I guess this is mostly airbrushing, Vince. Is that what you've done?
I wish this was mostly airbrushing.
No? Okay.
This is airbrush to base and 90% brushwork.
Okay, because otherwise, I was wondering how you get that close with an airbrush. I like it. I like the bluish greenish metallic color. I think this looks really cool. I'm just thinking about. I know you don't like 40K, but I'm thinking about how cool a Necron army would look with this, the paint scheme. And this is a 28mm model. It's not bigger than that, right?
He stands slightly shorter than say an Empire, than a larger Empire fig.
So he's like 3/4 of an inch or so.
Yeah, he's very short. And he's meant to be, in the real world, he's meant to be about 16 meters tall.
Gotcha.
Right? So this is like 1/400th scale or something.
Yeah. Well, I've got one question for you, or one thing that I think I would do a little bit differently,
Sure.
just by the fact that I love it overall. I might have painted the eyes a different color. Is it supposed to be like a cockpit where it's glass, where people can see out of it? And I guess either way, I might have done it pink or orange or something to contrast, or red, something to contrast with the bluish greenish colors and the brown.
It's an interesting point because, one, yes, it is a cockpit. Yes, there is a guy in there theoretically. Like a human being would sit comfortably inside this thing's head.
Gotcha. Okay.
That actually is blue as opposed to this turquoise. But your point is well taken because it's exactly right. From even any kind of distance, they look exactly the same, right? Mm-hmm. And so I should have done it in like a red or something to really make it pop. So it looked like red glass. I think you're dead on correct.
I think that would have looked pretty cool. Kind of like aviator sunglasses come in like yellow or red or whatever.
Yep.
Yeah, I think amber would have been the...
Or amber, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that would have been a good... Yeah, absolutely.
But overall, really cool. I'm glad that you painted this up.
He was a fun little experiment in extreme contrast to try to... My goal was like to represent how this thing would legitimately look, right? Like, because if you think about him, he's so big in real life. He would just have tons of light play over him because he's massive, right? Mm-hmm. This guy's supposed to be 45, 50 feet tall, right?
Sure.
Okay. All right. So, Kieran.
Yes. Let's talk about some Stormcasties.
Yes, PJ Van Geest. Second PmP submission here. All right.
Okay. So, overall on this thing, obviously the first thing we need to talk about on these guys is gold. Because that's what we do with Stormcasts, or silver. Now he's with a combination of inking and color layering. I'm pretty satisfied with the contrast that he's gotten in the gold, really throughout. There's a couple of points of real interest here, and that is on the trumpet. You can really see that sharply there, and the opposite place being on the wrist and chest piece of the I'm sorry, I don't know the terminologies. He's a something Ator.
He is the Lord Castellan.
Oh, he's not an Ator. Oh my goodness, it failed. All right. Yeah, so gold's really well done on here. I think if I'm going to offer a critique here, we need another layer of highlight on the silver. The same kind of attention you've given to the gold, I think, needs to happen on the silver as well. So you can go almost black in some places, and you can come brighter on the very peaks and sharp points of the silver. I'm looking especially at the glaive on the Castellant and the scale of the Trumpetor. Trumpetor? That's probably not the right word either, is it?
Trumpeter.
I'm sure it's fine.
No, the
That's
official.
a supporter of Donald Trump. It's a trumpeter.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
Not to go there, but.
And so aside from talking about metals on these models, let's talk about our pal, the Gryph-hound here, for a second. He's done a couple of bits of color variation throughout the head piece, which is really good. But I think that means that when I look at the model overall, the flatness of the rest of it asks for a little bit more, perhaps. And it might just be another layer of highlight to redefine the musculature of this thing and make him look more dangerous. If we define that musculature a little bit better, I think that would do this guy some favors. Yeah. So those are my things to say about that. And to add, gents?
Nope, I agree. Maybe a white underbelly like the tiger, right? Something like that. Yep.
Yeah. Could do. He's got a little bit of that on the socks of the
Yeah. Yep. He's got little sockies. But yes,
yeah.
I agree. Maybe some more highlights.
Somewhere else would be good.
Yep. Good stuff, though, PJ. Great submission.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Next three. All right. So Andrew Wade. Let's see. He's got his caster. Kieran, you want to take that one? I'll take other Kieran's submission here, and Jeff, if you want to take Kevin's Malifaux crew.
Sounds good.
All right. Kieran, you're kicking us off this time with the Frostgrave caster.
Yeah, so well, we talked about Andrew's stuff before with his messenger, I guess he called him. This one, again, he stayed with a very simple palette, of course, but he's done it with black. So let's talk about the examples of, we talked about doing black in the past, and that very rarely is black entirely black. He's gone into the blue spectrum here again, and the only times that we see absolute blackness on this model is within the cowl and the deepest recesses of the folds. So he's moving into blue to do his highlights, and it works perfectly fine. It looks as though he's doing a little bit of exaggerated highlight on the blade side of things to maybe emulate a bit of glow from that thing, which I think is, again, perfectly fine. But I think if I'm going to give this time, instead of full-on compliments, I am going to give you a bit of critique here, Andrew, and that is that blade needs some variance as well. Aside from just the blood channel that goes down the center of it, I think that when we look at taking Mickey's gold, for example, we had some really stark horizon lines in there that should reflected the light in different ways, and I think this thing would benefit from that too. So that's my one additional additive I guess I would go with on this particular model.
You nailed my thoughts exactly.
Yeah. Good. All right then.
All right.
I'm keeping it concise today because that's what we promised.
Absolutely. I hope no one feels shorted. We're certainly trying to give the most critical things. It's more we're just trying to cut ourselves out from rambling.
Yeah.
All right. So Kieran, this is not you, Kieran. This is new Kieran, right?
Kieran 2.
Kieran
Right,
2.
I'm curious about this this Kieran, of course, being a namesake of mine.
Absolutely. It's not a common name. All right, so Kieran 2, Electric Boogaloo, with the Averland team. So yellow and black, the Bumblebee colors. Always a fun color scheme to paint. Always very bright and eye-grabbing, that's for sure. So these are some of the great swords and whatnot. So let me say what I'll give you a couple pieces of feedback here. I like your color choice overall. You've certainly hung to the Averland colors. I feel like that's executed well. There's a couple little things, though, that I would say. Your yellow in most places is very nice and bright, and I like that. I would like to see maybe a little more highlights to that yellow. See, if you're going to do this bright shock of yellow, then I'd love to see a little white mixed in and the edges going yellow-white. But I think what you probably want to focus on, and these greatswords are a real challenge for it, is just brush control and cleanliness. So when I look around at stuff like this, till we get this to zoom in, like these pantaloons and such, I can see how the lines aren't clean. We've got a lot of paint going in places we don't want it here, right? And so this is sort of a thing to just practice over time, where you're getting these lines more accurate. It's never going to be perfect. There's always going to be places where, and with rank and file, it shouldn't be. If you're wasting that much of your life cleaning every edge on rank and file, you're going to be dead before you complete your first army. But it's definitely something you want to think about. It can be very valuable to, as a last step when you're doing your models, go back and just give the model a spin around. You've probably got, if you're using a wet palette, as you should be, all your paints are still on your palette. If you don't know how to build one, go look at my channel. Go look back at this video and hobby cheating, and there's a good tutorial on building one. And you can just pull your paint off and easily color over any little issues like that and fix it up. Other small note would be, like with this, is this legitimately leaves? Like, is he really wearing the banner on his chest? I'm guessing not, right? Like, this is not foliage on his chest. And, like, you didn't need the green color here. So, like, this guy has this little shock of green for, like, no reason. This should, if you want to pick this is clearly an embossment on this guy's armor in the same way these other guys have embossed armor. So in the same way you used gold here to pick out the highlights, I feel like that would have been better here. Then you're more in a neutral tone in line with the gold of your hilts and things like that. Okay. So there you go. That's my thoughts. Overall, though, great looking group. I love what you did with the banner. Very straightforward. Again, simple execution of that. I'd love to see something in the middle of the sun. You don't need to do a full lion face, but it could just be like a KF, right, or something like that. Just because that's a big sort of blank area. But let me tell you what I love. I love this scroll you did down here. That's great. Again, simple stuff, but it just looks fantastic.
Another thing you could do on the banner is just a darker orange circle right in the center.
That's a great point. You wouldn't even need to actually freehand. Just deepen up the orange in the middle. Yeah, great point.
I think it probably does still need a freehand, though, if I'm honest.
Couldn't hurt.
Why not both? There you go.
Why not both?
Yeah, like I said, I mean, when you think about this unit, if I'm looking, and then you might think, well, that's a lot of time I don't want to spend, but here's what I'll say. If I'm looking at this unit from across the table, this banner is literally the only thing I'm going to see besides, like, this banner and then vaguely black and yellow, right? No other detail is visible from the other side of the table. So, there you go. The things that can be seen from multiple feet away are the most important to make it look good. All right. Kevin Lawrence with the Malifaux crew.
So this is Kevin's first submission, he says, and he's looking forward to hearing our critiques and our tips. So I'm going to try to give you as many of those as I can, as fast as I can, as we cycle through the 21 images that you've provided here. Right off the rip, I'll say that this warband that has a name, Kieran. What's this
it's
called?
McMorning's crew.
That's Douglas McMorning and his canine hounds and friends.
Okay, they're disgusting, and that's their name. Okay, good. Good to know. Got it on the list now. I think
He's a
that...
professional mortician. What do you expect?
Yeah, okay. It's too late at night. I'm about to go to bed. Come on, guys.
Look, Nurgle guy. You got no room to talk. Please continue.
At least they're happy. Okay, anyways, I really like what you've done here. I think that this is a really cool-looking band of psychotic misfits, and the overall impression is strong. So as we move through, I'm going to give you as many pieces of feedback as I can. The highlight there on the cloak is a little bit off. I think that those lines that you have below that tool pocket don't make much sense. Why those three lines would be going horizontally across. I think I'd do more vertical on that bottom half of the tunic or the robe or whatever we're calling this, because that's the way the light is going to hit it. You're going to get some some lines going down more than you're going to get horizontal lines. As we keep moving through, I think one thing I saw when I looked through all these images is I'd like one more highlight on everything, maybe with the exception of the robe, but like the hair could be a little bit brighter. The tools could have a little bit more highlighting on them, and a little bit more depth. So maybe washing them with a brown or a black wash would do well, or even a blue, dark blue. So as we keep scrolling through, because we've got quite a few images here, yeah. If you flip around to the back of her, I think she looks really cool. But there's this white flowery, yeah. I think that flower towel or whatever that is looks a little bit too flat. Needs a little bit more depth, and you only want to go up to white, I think, on the sharpest highlight areas. I would definitely not do that one solid swath of white there, because I think it strikingly upsets the balance of the model. So if we keep moving through, what else can I say? Cool basing, I like that throughout. Yeah, here's another example of, I think, one more highlight on this brown would really make it pop. Go up just a little bit lighter on the sharpest extents. You know, a couple of the edges on the hat, a couple of edges on the cloak where it folds over his right leg. A little bit of highlighting on the top of the arm shooting the pistol. And let's keep moving through, so we got about 10 more images to go. Yeah, here again, I like what you've done on this fur. I think that you could use a little bit more highlighting on the face and on the ears of this little hound, this undead hound. Also on the elbows. Anything that protrudes more, you want just one more highlight on it, I think would do wonders for you. And then let's close it out with the last 5 images or so. Let's see what we're looking at. Is it just? Oh yeah, there's this little guy who I don't even know what this is.
It's an undead chihuahua.
Oh yeah, sure. Well, how did I see that? Okay.
Of course it is.
He's got a spare hand.
Yeah. He wants to give you a hand. Hey-oh!
That is disgusting. Yeah, here too. Especially on such a small model, I think hitting the horn with a little bit more highlight would do wonders for you. But
I think that's his ear.
Oh, it's oh right. He only has one, so okay, yeah, an ear for the Chihuahua, sharp ear. Got it. All right, I'm spent. But Kevin, I hope that flurry of comments were helpful for you. I'm just trying to give you some rapid fire, for the sake of moving this along. We're about halfway through all of our submissions this month, so I don't want to dwell too long. But I think that you've got great potential as a painter, and this stuff looks really good as a whole. I think just keeping at it. A little bit more highlighting, a little more attention to where the highlights are going, but your color selection is great, and the Malifaux crew as a whole looks really solid.
Yep. I'll fly back through because I had a couple notes I just want to point out real quick. So on dogs and animals, dry brush irregularly around them. Take some ivory, dry brush here, wash the whole thing down. Take some different color, dry brush here, darker color, dry brush here, wash the whole thing down, the same thing. Fur has a lot of natural tonal variation, and if you want to make an undead mutt, he should too. Some rotten parts, some deeper washes, things like that. Just scattering around washes and dry brushes in a stippling random pattern can really make the model look more varied and alive. With this guy, I'm not sure what's up with the gun. That would be the only thing I point out. I don't know what the color is on it. If you're going for rust, that's not rust. If you're going for, if you want to do steel that's rusty, because he's an undead gunslinger guy, then paint it a blackened steel, typhus corrode it, orange dry brush over it, something like that, whatever the case. But I don't know what all of that being that color is doing. Unless this is the man with the golden gun. So if this is not undead Christopher Lee, I'm not sure about the color choice there. On the bell, on pink highlights. So pink highlights. The problem with pink highlights is pink has a lot of white, hence it's very stark, contrasty. To highlight this, flesh tone in your deeper pink instead of white in your pink, and you'll get smoother highlights. Use pale flesh instead of white, and then you have to glaze it down with the original color to get it smooth. Otherwise, you get very stark lines like this. And then finally here, I wanted to I feel like the paint was a little thick here because I'm noticing Like when I zoom in and look at him, I notice two things. One, I feel like there was dry brushing that happened because I feel like this has got, you see, if I see this chunkiness here, it looks like paint got flicked onto him, right? Like you dry brush this face and you flicked paint onto the guy. Is almost what it feels like. I feel like this paint also came out thick.
I suspect that's rough primer, actually.
That could be, yeah.
Could be there too, yeah. So like, I would ask what primer you're using, and whatever you're using, use less of it, because that would be the other option. Like, Malifaux models are that same high quality plastic. They'll take paint pretty well. You just need to get enough primer down to give the paint something small to grip to. It's not metal, so like Malifaux 2E models, and so just very light touch with the primer. If you don't cover everything, it's okay. You know, if it's thin in some spots, that's okay. Obviously, an airbrush prime would be your best bet, but if you're going to use a rattle can, light touch is that's how you win. Okay, there we go. All in all, though, I agree. Great crew. All right. Okay, so myself, I'll take. Actually, somebody else take this rack or the Rackham pick for me.
I got something to say about that.
Great. All right, there you go. I'll take the crushers, and yeah, Jeff, you get the woods. We'll stick you in the woods.
That sounds good.
All right, Kieran, hit me. Feedback. Go.
Well, I got a modeling feedback criticism, and then I got a painting compliment.
I'm ready for both.
The modeling criticism is that the right shoulder is totally disjointed. I need you to green stuff a gap in there.
Boy, are you right. That's just so stark. It's frankly, it's unsettling to me. I'm almost nauseated looking at that gap. Yes.
So
calm down. Have some Diet Dr. Pepper. Relax.
Yeah, you know, for a guy that does lots of dynamic modeling like yourself, and are always challenging things like that. You've done it again here. You've made a dynamic model that really sells the motion, but it's only just mildly spoiled by the fact that does not look like part of him. It looks like actually something glued on, so it loses that. The choices of the parts you put together, though, are really good, especially that head/helmet. And then the smoothness that you've done on color depiction on your blue armor plates is really good, and you come all the way to super brightness on them. So I want to give you a compliment for the way you've managed that. And those are my two things.
And this is another example of a model that combines, you know, light blue and purple in the same way that your ogres did earlier. They're slightly different colors to my eye, maybe. But another example of how that color scheme can work really well.
You are exactly right. This is the base of this is Badger Minotaur Plasma Fluid, whereas the other guys were Game Air Magic Blue. So good eye.
Okay, yeah, slightly different, but still similar motif.
Yes.
You were on a blue and purple kick. This.
That's the army, my friend. I threw up the video with it, so it's all there. That's the thing.
Nice.
All right. So let's take a look at some skull crushers. Okay. These are very deep from Tom Stevens. All right. Things I very much like. I like that you've gone with the sort of very deep hull red, sort of crimson red as your base. I think it's good. I've always liked skull crushers in that deep color. You sell it well here. I like your blood after effects just freaking scattered all over the place. Again, we've talked about it before, but if there's any models that you can go over the top with, it's these kinds of things, these corn models. They invite that sort of use, and I like your splatter effect on the banner. It's actually very natural. Lots of different sizes of dots and splatter and directionality coming kind of like this. It's good. That's great. Actually, I really love it. I love the skulls, each one of them being bathed in blood, as though these guys have just literally ran. Looks like they dove all one by one through a giant and came out the other side with that level of viscera on them. Okay, so then for my constructive feedback, I would say this. Nothing here pops, really. Like, when I zoom out from these models and I'm looking at them, they're very flat. And that's because your gold is so diminished. I would love to see the gold come up and be a little brighter in some places. Again, not all of it. I don't want every gold brighter. I understand you're going for that deeper tone here, but I'd love to see some sharper edges here and there where it would actually show out and really catch the reflection. So maybe on the corners of these plates and on the edge of this blade, on the top of his head. Juggernauts are great models because they're very, very angular. The other thing I would say is that your edge highlighting on the Juggies is too sharp on some of them. Now here's what's funny. So let's take a look over here at this first picture. You zoom in here, this is too pink. Like this is too stark. This edge highlight here, like this X. It's just too much, too sharp. It's not, like it needs either to be glazed down or brought in line. And here's what's funny. On this guy over here, because you had so much blood effect, it actually ran over the edge. It actually tinted it back down to be in line, right? So here it actually looks quite correct. So either you need to back this color down some and smooth into the edge of the brighter, or take these other ones back down where this one is. So there you go. That would be my thoughts on that. Anything to add there, gentlemen?
No, I agree with those.
Yeah,
All right.
seconded.
There you go. All in all, though, fantastic, bloody, wonderful unit, and good little tray there for him as well. I like that. All right, we're sticking you in the woods, Jeff.
Yeah, and back on Kyle. Kyle, I feel like we're filling up a notebook full of little pieces of advice for you here, but I've got a couple things to say about this terrain piece you've done. I like it overall. I especially like that you've picked out all of the details on this model. The ropes, the bones, all the little bits and bobs hanging from the tree. The trees look really good. And I also appreciate that you have a lot of variation to your base. So that the base of the cusp of trees has green, yellow, brown, tan, rock, gray. It all looks really good. But if I had to challenge you, if I wanted to challenge you to do a little bit more, what I'd say is for you to bring up the texture, highlight up the texture on that soil. Right now it looks a little too similar to the tree bark, and it almost looks swampy. If you're going for that, maybe you want to apply some liquid water effects to make it an actual swamp and add more greens. But I suspect you're trying to do soil, in which case I would add in a little bit of gray mixed in with your brown color. A couple of progressive highlights up with a dry brush or an overbrush, whichever method you prefer. And I think that would really do wonders for making the base look a little bit more realistic. But overall, I think it looks really good. There's a few more images we could flip through. I pretty much said what I wanted to say, but just to show the viewers that a few more images of it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely. I would say my only other thing was I'd love to see more green tone. Like I'd love to see a giant bottle of Athonian camo shade just thrown at these trees in this ground, because I don't feel like there's enough green brown on in the trees themselves. There's no mossiness or earthy natural, that sort of green color to the trees beyond. And that would also make it so the leaves weren't so stark of a comparison, right?
Yep. And you'd want to do that especially in the shaded areas. Anything under the leaves, the bottoms of the branches, the bases of the trees, the insides, all of those areas.
Yeah, where moss would be growing. Same, and then scattered on the rock, scattered on the ground. Like, just take a bottle of it and spray this whole thing down in lots of places. I think you
give it a bath of camo shade.
Yes, but just like mixing it around would tie it all together.
Yeah.
All in all, cool looking woods. It's good. Terrain's always, is fun because you get to. It helps you practice a lot of fun stuff. All right, so tell you what. I'll take Angry Redbeard's gore. I've been working on some Beastmen. And then, oh boy, coin flip for who gets to do bleep bloops.
Kieran, you could take it. I took the Terrorgeist last time he submitted.
There we go. All right, so...
You're welcome.
Yeah, exactly. Kieran, you can have bleep bloops here. And Jeff, you can have Kyle's. Well, there you go. Kyle again for Jeff. There we go. All right, so let's jump in and look at some gore. I've painted a lot of these myself recently. All right. My quick thoughts on your gore. I like them overall. I like the more pale skin tone. That's a lot of fun. You've rusted up the weapons. Great. That looks good. My basic feedback would be I think the horns are too much. The horns look like rusty metal, is what I'll say. I doubt that's what you were going for. But there's absolutely no white in them at all. And like, if they're meant to be bone at all, like horns can be rather dark colored, but there should still be some kind of hint of bone, even if it's a very deep, almost brown bone. I'd love to see a little bit of that there, or at the very least, a lighter color brown somewhere. Again, more striation to it, more variation. What Jeff tried and failed to bust me on earlier. So the other thing I would say is I would love to see, if you're going to do the lighter color all the way through, I get it. That's fine, but then I would love to see more variation in the flesh. Maybe a little more red or pinky or purple undertones. You can go in all those ways, just a slight bit more undertone, and or something different in the fur. Because right now you've got a very creamy model, right? He's all kind of very much the same between the fur and the guy. And so he's going to look kind of like a big white thing with some darker colored bits. Your weathering is excellent. Love all the rust and weathering on their armor and their shields. Good stuff. Keep that up. That's very Beastman. Looks great. Like this kind of stuff. Love how you have the edge not rusted, where it's where he's chopped through people, assumingly. That's great. I can see this guy killed a Tomb King in the past. Stole one of those swords. Works for me. Okay, or a Tomb Guard rather, or something. All in all, though, there you go. Those are my thoughts. Well done. Good job, Angry Redbeard. Should be very fun. Good teeth, too. He picked out all the teeth, and he had, like, nice gum color, so that was solid. All right. Kieran, bleep bloop.
Well, he had his first submission last month, I believe, with that terror guest that you guys were raving about, and that I was as well. Here's an example of a guy whose painting style is very purposeful, and I think that's the best adjective I can use to describe it. So he puts paint where he wants to put paint. There's not much going on here as far as dry brushing or loose brushwork. It's all very directed. As we flip through the photos, you're going to see a number of shots of his banner that is there at the central point of the unit. And this is, you see what I mean here, is he's putting that paint on very purposefully. He's making sure that he defines all the highlights. What's unique on the squares that he's done there is he's done purposeful internal highlights on his squaring of the black parts, right? So it sort of double defines the spaces that he's delineating there. I think that's a really cool technique to do. The other thing that is a carryover from his styling of doing the Terrorgeist that we saw last month is he goes into a little bit of the red spectrum within his bone color. And at first that seems odd, but it actually is really well executed how he does that. And then ties in nicely with how he's doing the rusting on his blades, and even on the poles for his wood bits as well. So he's got a little bit of sort of narrowing of the whole color palette, but yet ties it all in together, but still makes sure that it's different enough that you're defining that bone is different than wood, and it's different than metal, and it's different than the rust and all that kind of stuff, but still comes from the same color family of the reds. So really well done. And I don't think that I have a lot of critique to say about it overall. I think I like the painting style, and it almost one of our longer running members, the Skeleton Flower, does a lot of this similar styling as well. It makes me think of him.
Yep, it's cartoonish, and I mean that as a compliment. It's the style of paint that I'm most drawn to, actually. Style of painting. I really like what he's done. And it's almost like, I don't know, it's almost surreal. Like, the highlights don't make perfect sense if you think about, like, for example, Kieran and Vince, the way you guys paint, where you're very conscious of light source. Like, some of the light sourcing doesn't make sense on the models, but it's a stylistic choice. Like on the, for example, on the spear shafts. Like, that highlighting doesn't perfectly make sense if you were thinking about how you'd approach it. If you were painting it, for realism.
Why is there 3 different points of highlight down that shaft?
Yeah,
3 different points, right?
But it's it's like the model kind of glows in its own way.
Yeah.
I think intentionally. That's
Yes, I totally agreed. Yeah, it's a great point about how it's not like there's one right paint scheme, right, or right painting style. There are a bunch of different ways, and then it's how well you execute on that style. And Bleak Bloop has his very own unique style here, and I think it works because you're exactly right. Pointing to the reds, it ties all of the model together because he uses that same tone throughout, and it creates this visual interest that just makes the whole thing pop. Not to mention the base, the way he's got skeletons varied coming out of the ground. By the way, he took all this time and effort on a unit of skeletons. Skeletons, people. Rank and file spear skeletons.
The old crappy ones, too, not the nice new ones.
Yeah. Like, let's just think about the subject matter here. Yeah, A+ for me. He's working on some Morghast Araki right now, and I've been following some of his stuff online, and we're going to get blown away by that.
Awesome. Let's see it.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing more from him, that's for sure.
All right. Jeff.
Kyle, you and I have developed quite a relationship over this 3-hour show. But so I'm going to keep this real short and sweet. I like what you've done here. It's creative. I think that the green is a cool choice. They're almost ethereal forest spirits. But I'll say that the green doesn't, the way you've painted the green, the way you've applied the color, doesn't perfectly make sense. If you flip back to that first image, Vince, you'll find that the green is lighter in the recessed areas and darker as you get further out to where the light would be hitting it. So like in the inseam of the middle one, yeah, like that area, the inside of the thighs, and it's almost white in those interior areas, and it's darker on the outside. I don't know if it's the way in which you've washed or applied the paint, but I question your reasoning behind that. If it's a specific technique you're going for, then that's one thing. But it's possible you might want to apply another coat and bring out the highlight on the extremities more clearly, so that it works like a normal model would. But perhaps you're doing something intentional here, where you're trying to do something ethereal, and you want it to be white with a green on the extents. But overall, cool stuff. One last thing I'd suggest to you is, why not transition the wooden parts to the green parts with a 50-50 green and brown to slowly transition that from the arm to the body, so that it looks like it's turning into wood rather than just kind of attached on to a green body.
Mm-hmm.
Totally agreed. Especially down here, like with the legs, you got a great like this is a perfect opportunity to do what you're talking about. And it can be as simple as extending some washes or something in both directions, right?
Yeah.
All right. Next up. All right, next three. So, Kieran, if you want to take Billy Smith's Mounted Dwarf King for Kings of War, you talked about that, so I think you'll have plenty to say there. And I'll take Mr. Lee Mech Shop's Work in Progress here, and Jeff, you can take the big pink Lord Celestant.
All right.
All right, Kieran, take it away.
Okay, so this is a pretty imposing model, and we've seen an example of this done by, I can't recall who it was, but a couple months back we had another version of him. I think generally overall we got to do something with the greatest surface area of here, and that's all this brass or gold armor plating. And we need to do some variants of other metal in there. So pick a few spots that you're going to do some silver. That might be on, for example, all of the runic printing that's going on in there. You could do that, and carry that through on the armor of the big boss man as well. Maybe alternate a couple of plates here and there that are going to be iron instead of that, because otherwise it looks all pretty too samey in general. Sharpen up some of the plates as well. I would advise that even gold can highlight to silver. You may not like to think of it that way, but where it catches its brightest gleams of light, it still is, even on gold, it turns into just about pure light.
Vince just passed out and hit his head on the desk. I think he's going to be gone for the rest of the show. He hits the silver on gold. But yeah, that's the way I do it, Kieran. You're right.
Yeah.
Correct.
Whether Vince likes it or not, it's true.
I would say it highlights into a white gold light reflection, but that's okay. Your point is still well taken.
Sure.
Ah.
The easy way to do that is to pull out your Runefang silver, and do it as a soft highlight, and that sharpens to a point on the highest points. Anyway, other intriguing things that I like on here is your glow of bright blue coming from the eyes of the bear, and on the hammer, as well as on a shield piece and the rune down on the side tabard. All that's really good, and I think that exhibits the glow. It sells the idea that it's glowing. You got a bit of a light blue cast out from the eyes of the bear too, that have tied in nicely. So those are the complementary things. And also, I want to compliment your choice of doing a pale furred bear instead of a brown furred bear. And that's only just because that you've done so much gold on here that if you did a brown bear as well, then it would be even more lost in that. So those are the good choices and the positives to build on.
Yep. Agree with all that. One other thing I would say is if you want to go back and look at Tom Lyon's Dwarven King from like last month, you can see an example of what we're talking about with the difference in gold. So even if you didn't want to make anything iron, Tom on his like anvil took the plate inside and made it like a deeper color. So you can use like a copper or a near gold, and then actually highlight just the filigree in a pure gold and a very bright gold, and then that really creates that sharp contrast between the deeper ruddy gold and the bright sort of whiter gold. And you can keep it all gold, but it'll still actually pop and stand out.
Okay. Yeah, good deal.
Okay. Mr. Lee with the work in progress. He's a little guy. Very classic little bowman here. Okay, there we go. All right. So, yeah, after painting giants, to jump to this tiny guy must have been a big transition for him. Okay. So, some notes. I need some more tonal variation here, Lee. Like, the red is too flat, the brown is too flat. Those are my big things. Like, I like your color choices. I like the little red and green. It's nice. But like everything is a bit too flat. The scabbard, probably needs some if it's supposed to be leather, again, more darker tones mixed in, more variation. The red, I need to see some more brown tones or something like that, or deeper reds if it's supposed to be in pinky, and then up to some kind of highlight, either going to orange if it's off the brown end or white if it's off the pink end, depending on whether you want to control tint or shade or whatnot. And then same thing with the bow itself. Something that like Bleep Bloop did, right? Like might be very useful to think about here. That kind of like not exactly realistic as far as how the light might hit it, but it could still create some interesting variation to it if it got darker, near the top and near the bottom, right, of the curve or the recurve of the bow, where this might be cast in shadow, and down here it's brighter. Something like that might be a good way to go. A+ though on the base. Love it. Lots of nice dirt and leaves and grass and all sorts of stuff. Very fun. He does look like he's sitting in a very woody area, which I like. Unfortunately, the shoe, because it doesn't have a lot of variation to it, I like when I hear I can't even tell the difference between shoe and muddy base. So like again, washes or highlights into like a tan or something like that can pick it out. All right. Jeff, you get his Lord Celestinton Dracoth.
So Lee, you're
might be tempted by Slanesh here.
Yeah, I think so. So Lee, you're another person who's gotten quite a bit of feedback so far, so I'm going to try to keep this brief. First of all, let me tell you that I really like your attention to details. I like especially that the inside of the mount's mouth is painted with like a flaming color, so as to indicate that he's shooting out fire, which is what that model does. So really cool attention to detail there. I'd say pink is a very bold choice. It's a perfectly cromulent color to choose. I've never seen Stormcast in pink, but hey, why not? I want to focus on the base though, because we've given you feedback on other stuff previously. Vince, could you flip us to image 3?
I could.
So here's our best view of the base. So you said in your introduction to this that you added a little bit of pink to the stone for marbling. so as to tie it in with the cape. That's a cool idea. But what I think I might do is mix it in with the gray more. Here it looks a little drizzled on, like you painted the pink as an afterthought. I think what you'd want to do is bring it up slowly with a progressive series of blends or highlights until you've pulled it out of that gray, light gray color. I'd also say here that, like we've said previously in this video, you want to use some washes in the stones, especially around the recesses. Looks like you've done a little bit of washing, but I'd use maybe a little green, a little darker brown, especially along the nooks and crannies of these stones. The last thing I'll say is, if you are using that wash, I'd concentrate it also around the area where you put this woodland scenics turf that's climbing up the rock base, because it strikes me as strange that you've got that applied to this rock surface, but it's still very light in the areas immediately surrounding that olive green colored turf. I think that transitioning that by darkening the area underneath it would do quite a bit of work for you. But overall, cool model, and interested to see how you keep progressing throughout the months.
Yeah, marble is super complicated to do, and like that could be a whole 10-minute talk on its own. So, yes, agreed. I love the pink. Good variation on the pink. Thumbs up. Especially on these big flat plates, you did a great job there. Wonderful. All right. Okay, next three. Kieran, you want to take Tom Stevens' Chaos Sorcerer? And then, we've got a couple things from Lee. I'll hit both of Lee's items here, and then we'll go up, and Jeff, you can take Melissa N's Herald of Slanesh. Does that sound all right?
Sounds great.
All right, Kieran, take it away.
Okay. Yes, we just have the one shot of this one, do we?
Yes, correct.
Tom's, I think. Okay. So Tom's gone with a lot more realistic metal, and he stayed really warm with them. So even though he's going from some iron and it goes into a little bit of brass, it's all both warm metals. He has sharpened and defined some differences in the plates with some black lining in there. But I think that we need a couple of other points of light to make that distinction in a couple of places, to make that defined. The subtlety of the gradation within that metal, though, is something that I really want to compliment. When we look at the convergence around his chest plate to shoulder plate area, that especially is really good. So we're staying warm with brown there, but the gradation between the darks and the brown, and I'm using brown loosely, it's still metallic, but to the eye it's in that kind of category. Really, really good. And it also carries through with the brass and iron stuff that goes down those, I guess what would be leg greaves if he wasn't wearing a robe. So I like all of that. I also like that he's pretty smooth on the black with his robes as well. You know, he's recognized that the black still reflects a fair bit of light, and we can even go to virtually white at the very tips of it. And it doesn't look chalky in the way that he's applied it. Good color balance, and when he's going from the flesh tone, and he's got a whole lot more red and orange in there, which he's put into the eyeball that's on the end of the staff as well. Which, of course, what all eyeball staffs should be that color, because Sauron says so.
It's an excellent point.
Yeah. So there you go. That's what I would say about this one. Quality stuff.
I agree. Good thoughts. All right, so move on. Okay, Lee with his Super Dungeon Explorers. He's just covering everything. This guy can't be stopped. All right, so Lee, love them. Chibi style, very cool. Nice, big, beautiful eyes. You're nailing that. Chibi is supposed to be very cartoony. I don't know if I'm saying it right. I might be saying it wrong, but there you go. What I would say is you've gotten the cartoony style down. It's not a thing that requires necessarily a huge amount of variation and stuff like that. It's not meant to do that. It's meant to look like a drawing. So I think what matters with chibi more than anything is cleanliness, right? You have to, all your lines have to be sharp and defined to look like a cartoon drawing where everything is separated by actual black lines. I think that's probably the most important aspect of painting it. That and being able to do big, crazy eyes. So I think you're doing that here. I think if you wanted to take it even a step farther and add in a little more color variation here or there, just like on things like the flesh, you can even play with more extreme highlights, or on just the tips of the hair. It's okay to do a very striated scheme. The other sort of quote-unquote cartoony way to paint on these guys that can look very awesome is like that skeleton flower style of the sort of striated extreme highlights. And that can really, really pop on these models. But overall, I think you've done a great job here of having these guys look very fun and appropriate. And I love that you even did this one in like the more cartoony style, Little Eye. Again, very, very anime, well done. Super fun. And this new style of painting is getting a lot more respect now. There's like competitions are starting to respect this and actually have categories for it. So it's very cool. Completely switching mode. We come over here. That's what I love. Boy, is he's just turning on a dime here. Now we've got a Fire Slayer, who I think is supposed to be his Chaos Dwarf, obviously. He's giving him the big, crazy Bloodletter sword, which I love. I love on this guy. And by the way, Lee, here you got the sword up to the brighter highlight. I'd love to see then a little bit of a line down the center. You got the tip. I just want to see the center line, not just the tip, Lee. All right, so the hair is great. Again, perfect. Going from this very deep red up to like yellow. Absolutely wonderful variation. That's fantastic. I'd like to see a little bit more of the same thing down here on the beard. Some deeper colors worked in. Doesn't have to necessarily be the same directionality, though you can if you want to balance it sort of unrealistically, which is fine. It could also just be that like some of the deeper recesses here have that same red, and then you go up to yellow like down here or on some edges here and here. Whatever the case, there's lots of different ways you could do it. Good flesh tone. Very red flesh tone, lots of good reds mixed in, which works very well on this model, which has a lot of red to it. And your brass or gold here has some nice color variation where we've got some very darker brown wash applied, but then you did go up to the, we'll say the near silver here. I'll say near silver as your highlight, so that's really good. I like it. I really like this guy. I think this is a great Chaos Dwarf. Yeah, well done. All right, Jeff. Let's skip the first picture here where she's in shadowed, and we'll go with. Unfortunately, we've got some. Yeah. We need some photography work, but that's okay.
Yeah, she admitted as much in her introduction. I've been flipping back and forth through these pictures, Melissa, and I think that it's good. But I'll tell you, like you suggested, the photography just needs some work. It's really hard to see what's playing off of the flash or the light, and what's you're highlighting. So I can't tell. Like for example, I can't tell if the claw is the same color as the loincloth or the dress, or if those two are the same color as the head ornament thing that's fanning off of the back of the head. I will say that I do like what I can see of the scheme. I think it's a cool Slaneshi vampire model with pallid flesh and purple and pinks mixed in throughout. But I'm really struggling to see the technical stuff that I could give you advice on here. It looks like you've got highlights in the right place, but I just don't want to tell you something that's incorrect and to make you think that I can see something that I can't here. Can you guys pick up anything here? I really have been thinking about this quite a bit, and I can't.
No, I agree. What we need here, Melissa, piece of notebook paper, wrap it, or like not lined paper, just white notebook paper, up and around the model, like underneath it, and a curve up and over, take the picture. That'll diffuse your light. Simple, easy photo box trick. Get a big piece of paper towel, anything like that'll work. Just something that diffuses out the light so you don't have this harsh, direct light. Like this is fine for painting or something, but when you take the photo, we need to diffuse that light.
Yep. Or one thing I do is I open up like a rule book, like a Warhammer rule book, or one of those where it's got like a map almost on it, like either light or dark, either way, and just to get a constant color behind the model. So I open it up and sit the model on top of the pages, and then let the back of the cover be my background. But yeah, something like that.
Everybody's probably got white paper that they have.
Yeah, white's easy enough.
Yep. All right.
But we want to see more next month.
Absolutely. All right, Kieran, you want to take your all three of yours here, and then I'll take both of John's since they're both Skaven, and then Jeff will have you do Dave Good in Theory's Space Marine thing here.
Okay.
All right, Kieran, move through
Okay.
it for me. Take me through it.
I'll bang through a few things here. So these were pretty simple jobs. There's not a lot of texture going on these things. But what I did, in addition to trying to do some leathery old flesh, because that's what these guys are, they're stitched together bits of flesh with some parts where that is filled out. I don't know if it shows in the photography, but I've put lots of gooey Nurgle rot technical paint onto the spilling guts, and then I just made sure that I did a different, much contrasting color on the stitches than I did on the flesh. So that's all I really have to say about these guys.
Easy enough. Are these the newer ones, or are these the old ones?
These are metal ones,
Okay,
because the plastics don't exist yet.
Oh, I thought they already came out. I know they're on the release schedule here sometime soon.
Now, for the Samurai,
Oh, I love this guy.
My big gripe about this guy is that is a 1-inch tall model that is 22 pieces.
That's weird though, for you.
Yeah. I actually got my answer to this one. I asked for a little bit of critique about how to differentiate the lacquered armor versus the wood planking that he's standing on.
Yep.
And it was John Crayer that gave me the tip that I needed, and I need to gloss varnish that. You'd be happy to hear it, Jeff, just to show that lacquer of the wood a little bit better.
Yes.
So that's what I have done since on this guy. The other thing that I might try is I might try to do some. I've seen since doing muzzle, like hot muzzle flashing. You know how if you've ever seen in some action movies, if a muzzle is going off at a high rate of fire, that it gets a little bit of a blue steelish and brown tint to it.
Yep.
I might try that out on this thing.
This would be a perfect barrel for it. It's really actually a pretty if you've got an airbrush, it's a pretty easy technique. Even if you don't, it's a fairly easy technique with glazing. Yeah, it has to do with like brown, purple, blue, and black.
Yeah, so I think I might give it a go. I'll come back to this and do that. And the other thing that I've done here is a bit of conversion on a model that's called Johanna. Now, normally she just comes with leggings, like she's got some kind of Lululemon leggings, but I sculpted on some hot pants to her with some pockets on the back, and I also swapped out her hammer because the other hammer that she was carrying was way too dainty for something called a relic hammer. So this came from Empire Soldiers kit. So that's my conversion bits there. It was also my challenge in doing dark flesh for the first time in quite a long time. So I wanted to do that. I kind of was Serena Williams inspired for any photography reference that I did on this.
Well, she's even got the headband on too, so it's perfect.
Yeah. So immediately after I was done, I thought, oh, you know what? That hammer should just be a tennis racket. So I lament missing that opportunity.
Very nice. Yeah, good. Yeah, I think well done with all that. Yeah, and I agree. I think if the only other thing I would say is on the Samurai, I'd love to see more texture in the wood. Like you could also take the wood way up and make it brighter, like finished bamboo, right? Since he's got that flavor. But yeah.
Yeah.
Overall, yeah, great submissions. I love that Samurai model, and I think you should totally try that burnt metal. I think that would really make him pop because it also worked that blue tone in you've got under the armor.
Yeah, that cloth, that blue cloth is sort of the tie-in across all of that 10th Thunder's faction that I have.
Yep.
So that's why it's present on all of them.
That's great. All right, so John converted up the war litter here. We've got a dark elf chariot with a lot of Skaven shields and stuff on it. These are some of the older Skaven models, but the newer dark elf chariot. I love this chariot for using it. I used it as a palanquin on something as well. Very fun conversion here. Good use of the various models. Love the older Skaven warlord. What I would say is, I'm just not sure, John, if it's not too busy. Like, that is to say, the red of the war litter is what throws me. I don't mind the purple and the green. I think that all works together fine. I'm just not sure about the red scales of the palanquin itself because it's so bright and it's in the middle of the model. But honestly, when I just like let my eyes relax and look back, I'm not sure I see anything else. I don't know what the solution is there beyond going to a neutral tone on that, or just browning it out, something like that, tying it in, making it the same green, making it the purple of his cloak, and then putting some more purple down below. All of those things are probably potential options. But I think as it stands, like the red is well executed. You've got good recessed colors and good highlights. Unfortunately, I think it just fails the color balance test. So that's what I would say on that one. Good use of the green here. I do like your green. Your greens are always very bright. And then your dedicated standard bearer. Again, good stuff. Yeah, obviously, we've got the a guy from I think one of the plague dudes from the Screaming Bell, I believe. I like from the other half of it, the 3 that everybody has extra if you bought a Screaming Bell because nobody built the plague sensor. I like it. The flag is too flat. That's my only issue. Again, could be the photo washing it out, but I mean, I feel like I want to see a Skaven banner. There's no way it's that clean white. That looks like it's made out of, like, he just sewed that together. And if he's sewing it together, he didn't start with clean cloth. So you've got, like, good dirty strappies up here and here, yet this is almost pure white. What I would love to see is this just scattered around and stippled with dirt. I'd love to see recessed wash. I'd love to see this just completely weathered and use the weathering and dirt to unify the 3 colors together. Where it looks like, yes, this is 3 separate things stitched together, but now months have passed of this guy swinging this thing around in the dirt and dropping it as he's running away and whatever, and now it's all muddy and caked. Do some darker tone up here where he's left it sit in the mud, because I don't imagine he's too attentive to keeping this thing out of the mud all the time. All that kind of thing. That being said, good conversion, great use of this model, and I love the angled nature to him. I think it's a great combination of, like, he's holding the spear forward but also holding the banner up, and it's a good angle to the model. So conversion-wise,
I wanted to say that as well.
Yeah.
So I'm glad you did.
Yes. Like you definitely nailed the movement of the model. That looks great. Because he's leaning back, the banner's leaning forward. It's a great example of how creating that triangle on the model is visually appealing. Okay. All right, there you go. Let's get to some Space Marine diorama action, Jeff.
Yeah, so this is actually from the Horus Heresy character series. So this is this diorama came as part of the model, and it's a Night Lord. I think probably the Primarch of the Night Lords. This is a Chaos army from the Horus Heresy, and I really like what you've done here, Dave. I think it's really cool. There's a lot of attention to detail on this model, especially on the base, the scenic base. You've got the yellow and black stripes for the caution area. There's a pipe on the back of this model that's gushing out what looks like Nurgle's rot, but it's some kind of ooze coming out of a pipe. There you go. So lots of really cool attention to detail here. 2 pieces of advice, actually 3 pieces of advice for you to really push this a little bit further. 1, I think that the red could use a little bit more orange at the tips. I see that you've done it a little bit here, but maybe you've done a little too much orange in certain areas, which makes it so that the tips don't especially pop, but those sharp points right at the end should lift off of that, lift off a little bit more than they do. 2, I think your bone could use a little bit more work. Moving forward with other models, because this looks like something you've finished and should be proud of. But moving forward, I think your bone could use a little bit more work to differentiate the areas on it. It looks a little flat to my eye. And the third thing, the third thing I was going to say is the lightning bolts. I think that those could be a little bit more jagged. If you look at the Games Workshop freehand lightning bolts they do on their Night Lords, they tend to be a little bit sharper and quicker with the jaggedness. If I'm describing that properly, I don't know, maybe it's not coming across, but to my eye, it looks a little bit off, that lightning that you've got there. I think you might want to look at a little bit more reference material and think about that when you're considering freehanding that in the future. But overall, I think it's a strong model, and as I mentioned at the outset, I think that your attention to detail is really, really cool, and what makes this model really a delight to look at.
Agreed. Yeah, absolutely. Love it. Love the base. Love the weathering on the base. Love the weathering on the weapons. It's good. All right. So next group. Okay. So I think John, we're gonna let me just jump in here real quick. Plague Monk again, one of the older ones, very similar to what was last time. So I think most of what I said last time still applies. So I don't, again, just in the interest of time, don't want to repeat myself too much. But same thing. I do like your different choice of the yellow there, the yellowish green. But most of everything I said before still applies to that. So let's do. Let's have. I'll take the Kyle's tower and Huntsman here, and then let's see, Jeff, if you want to take Dieter's Lord, and then Kieran, if you want to take Victor's Judicators. Sound good?
Yep. I'll try to find fault in those.
Yeah, you gotta look really hard, but maybe there's some.
All right, so a lot of things to talk about here with Kyle's submission. So first off, another diorama thing down at the base. You can kind of see he's got it in some different settings here. I love them behind these barricades shooting. Again, little things like that are just fantastic. Adds a lot of life to the unit. It really does. Just like the realism behind there. So that's really good. I like that quite a bit. I like the gray and white. The wine bottle he mentioned was a big thing for him, his attempt to sort of do that. I think this was mostly successful. Yeah, I would say maybe even a little darker down at the bottom, but really for the most part, and maybe a little lighter up at the top. Like, take what you did here, do it again kind of up here in the neck, and maybe darken this. But all in all, I like that wine bottle. It looks like a wine bottle. You nailed it. And I fully believe these guys are just drinking like crazy. So yeah, good use of those random bits there and the posing on the models. Most of what we said about the colors apply here as well, like when we talked about highlighting or layering to previous ones. But all in all, I think this is it's a good unit for sure, and it came out very well. It looked nice all together, and another great little diorama there. Okay, Dieter's Corn Lord, Corgus Cull.
Yeah, Dieter mentioned that he was pretty happy with the results of this, but and that the feedback's helping him along, but that he still feels he has some work to do, and he wants to keep improving, which is that's a great attitude to have, Dieter. So a couple things to say right off the bat. A thing that strikes me: you want to clean up that bottom of the base, the lip right around. No reason why that can't be a nice smooth color, black, gray, whatever, blue, whatever you want to do, but make it nice and smooth. It's a pedestal on which your model stands, and you want to make that look nice and sharp. I think our advice in photography that we gave a couple minutes ago applies to you too. I'd like to see you use a nice white sheet of paper or some kind of material to diffuse the color, has been suggested recently. Here, I really like what you've done. I think that the highlights look really nice. Here, you've chosen an interesting thing. You've highlighted a purplish red up with pink on the Fleshhound and on parts of the character, and you highlighted the red up with orange on the armor. And it's an interesting look. I'm not sure how I feel about it. I think it can work, but it is interesting to see. I've never seen someone do it before. One thing you also mentioned is about metals, and that you seem to be having some trouble getting the metals to look the way you want them to with GW paints. I'm wondering, are you washing the metals down? Because you said that highlighting it up is a pain because you have to mix the different metallic colors, and it's time consuming, and you don't think that the effect is worthwhile. It doesn't really pay off, but I'm wondering if maybe the answer is shading the metal and then using those metallic highlights. Maybe that would make it do what you want it to do. But Vince, could you flip it around to image 2 and 3 and see what else we're looking at here? Yeah, so here's an example. So you tie in one reason why I think that the two different ways of highlighting up the purplish red work is because you tied it in on both models. So here you can see the flesh hounds highlighted in the same way as the back of this cape. So I think that's a pretty good way to do it. I think I prefer the purplish colors that you've highlighted up. I think this is really cool. You really get a nice depth of color to that flesh hound body and to this top half of the cape. And what do we have on image 3? Okay, so more like the first image to start. Yeah, overall, Dieter, I think that you've got to keep at it. A little bit more brush control, but your painting seems to be improving over time. And I'm glad that you're taking a positive approach of improving a little bit every time you paint a new model. That's the right way to do it. Overall, keep at it. I like what you've come up with here.
Agreed. Totally agreed on the frame. One quick note, I would challenge you, Dieter, if you want to challenge next time you go to the GW store and you're getting paints, if you're not going to move to a different kind of paint, which is what I would say first, but if you want to stick with G-dubs, I would challenge you to go buy a pot of Lamia medium and thin some of these paints. Because you're highlighting like successive colors up, but the problem is it's very, very stark. Like these are lines I can just trace out. And so a little bit of Lamia medium in there to thin that out, to smooth it, to feather it, could really make a huge difference. Huge. So that would be my one note. Okay. Victor's Judicators.
Okay. So is it okay if we just like look on in silence?
So we have a moment of
maybe
Victor's great
can
work.
can we hum like like the Halo theme song?
Yeah, there you go.
In all seriousness, Victor's a few months into this, so we've been blessed by having a look at these stormcasts for quite a bit of time now. We have, or maybe I'm just speaking for my hand, that I hold all the other stormcast submissions that we see against as a peak to aim to. So, I mean, the texture in the gold and the soft transition of minty green to the highlights on those arms, good stuff. So I don't think that there's anything new that we can say about that, except for it's exceptional, Victor. You deserve our compliments, and I'm still giving them. So,
absolutely.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work.
More eye candy, please. I'm hungry.
All right, Kieran, if you want to take the Menoth, and then if Jeff, if you want to take Tyler's Temple Guard, and I'll take Scarecrow's Stormcast. All right, Kieran, kick us off.
Yeah, seeing as I didn't critique anything on here, hey? Well, our first frame is a lot of red, and we're seeing lots of that this month. Red and white in color combination is still something I'm attracted to. But if we can go to frame 2 for a second and pause on that one, my first point of critique here, I think, is that doing your similar color wash on the metallic bits of the armor plates and down on the robes, I think that might be something to choose otherwise. It should be 2 different color tones that you go into on that. Otherwise, you're giving us the impression that it's the same texture. And I think that because of it, especially on the robes, it looks like it ended up a little bit grainy, whether that be a result of, I don't know if this is a metal model and it might be cast to be pockmarked, or if the primer betrayed you, modeling and graininess in there, which is unfortunate. But it might require, really, really watered down paint color to fix, rather than just the washes and leaving it as it is. So skipping to the next frame, if you could, we see this this troop of fellows all waving around their, I don't know if these are the 10 Commandments or what the heck they are, but I quite like execution of these. He's gone into the red spectrum to, I guess, rather than act. And he's got out paintbrush, and I think it's mostly paintbrush, but I'm guessing here, but I don't think that that's any of the micron pens that Vince and I love so much. As you're able to do this with a paintbrush, you probably don't need to go out and buy micron pens, but if you're going to do more of this, you might want to give it a go, because those are fun to work with, and you can probably get some more sharpness out of it than you do with a brush in this kind of example.
Yep, especially for the small text.
Let's skip ahead and see what we got next. Okay. I think overall with this and with this kind of frame and looking back on the previous ones, I think I'm still ink wash to go on those brass, I think. Yeah, because the ink wash on the linen might be all right, but I think on the brass on both these, even though it's a darker background, and this and the next couple of frames as well, I think it needs a different color of ink wash. It comes out too yellow, I think, is where I'm bothered by it. And I want it to be a little bit more brown. Darker ink wash on all of the metallic bits on these next few frames to sharpen that up. So, critiques for all these things. Anything do you guys want to add before we move away?
I want to see more tonal variation on the metal. And the gold color you're using, honestly, I'm not the biggest fan of it because it's all such bright gold. Like, that is really bright. Like, they modeled all their things out of 24 karat highest quality gold and have polished it to a sheen to get to that color gold, right? Like, that's not... It feels too bright and not enough tonal variation. Gold polished to that level, at that level of white gold, would be tossing light everywhere, right? So it would have dark spots and light spots and reflections and things like that, but it doesn't. It's flat. So it seems wrong to our eye because you're using the white gold color, which we're used to seeing reflect light everywhere, but it's not doing anything. It's flat.
Yep, and I would just say...
yeah, that's the darker wash down first off.
Yep.
And I'd just say very briefly that, yeah, I think if you want to keep challenging yourself and trying to improve, a little bit more attention to detail, a little bit more brush control, practice, practice, practice. And, you know, because here I'm seeing things like in the gray area, they're kind of thick highlights that are on there. A couple areas you can see there's like some of the flesh from the hands coming onto the pole. You can see there. There's another image that I saw on the back of a hand where it was spilled over. So, you know, just cleaning up that kind of stuff is a way to push your models to the next level.
Yep. All right. Temple Guard. This is his first unit for AOS.
Yeah, he said he was excited to put them on rounds. So, Tyler, these look cool. I'll say a couple quick things for you here. And well, one is next time I want a nice close-up of one of your models so we can get really in there. Yeah, I zoomed in a little bit on my screen and found a couple of cool things. So one, I like the paint scheme. I think that it works really well. Two, you've got some nice line heights there, which we can now see that Vince zoomed us in. So that looks really nice. And you've also apparently gone with a non-metallic metal on the Temple Guard pieces there. I think that looks really cool too. I don't have much to say by way of critique. I guess one thing that's jumping out at me is I don't know why there aren't highlights on the black areas. So like that staff that the champion's holding, it looks really flat. The rest of the model's all highlighted up nicely, so I think that you want to highlight that up there too, just for consistency's sake. Otherwise, looking good.
Yeah, I don't know. I think my thought on this is you've got one color. Your colors are by one too many. Here's my problem with red and yellow as on that scheme. Those don't look like scales. They look like disease. And that's not me trying to be mean. I just mean like that's how diseased flesh would look when it's like bubonic, right? And the problem with it is it's so stark compared to the blue. You further that because it doesn't look like it's actually connected to their legitimate skin in any way. So the thing with Lizardmen is you can play around with colors, but they're all organic. Like so much of this model is organic, and organic things don't just shift on a dime color-wise, right? But you've got like purple shields, blue skin, red back skin, and then yellow scale highlights. And so that's one too many, right there. Of a cold, you've got a blue violet. It's not a warm violet. It's a cold violet. And then you've got two warm colors. So you've got warm, cold models, but again, they're just this stark line in between the two. So it looks like something is growing onto their backs, right? I think if you want to do this, undershade, you can do it a lot more through washes, transitions, stuff like that. You don't want to make them this stark. And you know, if you're going to have like the scales be lighter in some way, again, it should be in the same shade, not so very stark. Because again, because you also just dipped it and made them round, it's only reinforcing that almost pimple-like feeling, right? Where it not because you didn't trace the scales and actually make sure that each scale is sort of filled. You almost would have been better to just dry brush on a slightly lighter color so it had directionality and striation to it. Right? Use that dry brush in your favor. Those are some thoughts.
Yeah, and if you're already committed on the army, you know, you could execute it this way for this, but thinking about it going forward might be a good thing to do, unless you're willing to rethink one of the colors here.
Yeah. Okay. But overall, I mean,
think
you
it
know.
suffers.
Go ahead, Kieran. I'm sorry.
Suffers the same as our Necron friend from last month, right? The
Yep.
Necron Lord that just had one too many colors going on it. Same thing here, I think.
And
Yeah.
it might also be that the non-metallic metal gold is too close to that highlight color on the red. That could also be throwing it off.
Yeah. Honestly, like you might be able to correct this by, I'm trying to think, like maybe if you did a crimson wash over the whole thing, that would tint the red into the purple spectrum. It would turn the yellow a deep red color. It would turn the blue purple, right? So like something like that deep crimson wash over all of it, and then just like some slight highlights, you could tonally tie everything together, and at the same time, it might color correct a lot of these issues. So that might be the quickest, easiest way to go.
Something to test out, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right, Scarecrow 1908. His Lord is Celestant Prime, and his Lord on Dracoth. So let's take a look at Mr. Garbage Rider here. Okay, flying around the universe on his floating garbage.
Tell us what you really think of the sculpt.
My feelings on this model are well known. Okay, so what do I like? What do I think we need to work on? Okay, so what we said earlier about the Moonhammer here is the same thing here. Like, this is blue armor. Unless this guy's flying around at night, there's no way. There's no way this much turns this yellow. This is the same heat and intensity of light as this. Also, the fire should probably be in the other way around. Like, you're going up to white. It should be white here, going up to red. Assuming that's what you're trying to model. Trying to model a red ball that is itself on fire, then you would do the red ball and start your yellow-white right here or something, or your yellow-orange here, and go up into red. And moreover, if this bright teal armor got hit by yellow light, it wouldn't turn yellow, right? It would turn brighter teal, or more likely, green, right? Because yellow and blue make green. So it would turn a bright green color. And I don't think you want to throw green onto this guy, too. So, like, in this case, just don't do the OSL is really the answer. Like, it doesn't need to be there. It's a step too far. The other thing I would say is, I know you wanted to use the blood effect here, clearly. I love Blood for the Blood God, too. But I don't think it benefits this model at all. in on the hammer and on his face and stuff. Like it looks scattered around. You didn't overdo it, but I'm not sure it isn't just making him look messy. Um, like this is supposed to be the shining herald of Sigmar come down to Earth, or wherever. I'm not sure that I'm not sure scattering that around is really adding to the overall value of the model. Things I love. I love your wing transition. Now this I love. You've got the darker brown tone here in between the ridges, and you perfectly trace from this yellow out to this orange. Great. Perfect. Like, these look fantastic. These big giant wings he has, nailed it. Like, those are fantastic. And admittedly, they're one of the most important things to this model. Because when I zoom back, this guy is all wings and space junk, right? And to talk about painting style, you have these various highlights and layers and kind of a sort of dirty-ish paint scheme up here on his armor, and then his cloak is more or less pristine white, right? So if you're gonna do sort of OSL and After Effects with gore and all sorts of different shadows here, then you can't have some area of the Vig be completely perfect, right? Either it's all like that or none of it's like that. So like make sure that you're aligning your paint style of what you're doing there. As to the space garbage, yeah, it's fine. Your comet effect there with the white. You probably would be best served to take like a yellow glaze and smooth that out, so that way, because you've got an extreme chalkiness going on with your white. Like I can look at that. That is like super duper chalky. Smoothing that out with just a yellow glaze will bring it back in line with this, and I mean like a thin, thin, thin yellow glaze. So it's still mostly white. Would smooth out a lot of that chalkiness and tonally align it, because it kind of looks like there are snowballs circling him right now. In his space junk. And I love the color of your armor. Like the teal itself is well done, and I like that you brought it up here onto the wing panels. Like you could have done those in gold, but you didn't, and honestly, it was a good choice not to. This is very smart, because it makes a triangle with him. Like that's exactly the color triangle I'm talking about. So well done there. Most of what I said before would probably apply over here on the Dracoth. I'm not sure about the skin tone would be my biggest pushback on the Dracoth. It's a bit extreme to go from the purple up to the white, but honestly, I think that might be flash, because I can see this stark shadow behind him. I bet in reality this guy is not this bright, so you're probably fine. Again, I would wash that and bring that down. All right. But good stuff. Always good to see these two big boys hit the table. Okay. Moving on. We're getting toward the end of the month. All right. Let's see. Kieran, you want to take Tom Skaven? You know Skaven. And then...
I understand Skaven a little bit.
Absolutely. Jeff, you can take Archaeos's his Glade Lord. And then I'll touch on both Scarecrow's other guys here, since I just kind of did them, and most same things going to apply. And then I'll hit Mickey's his French Infinity figures. That sound good?
Sounds great.
All right, Kieran, kick us off.
Right. Well, on these guys, Tom's given us a bit tricky for me to give him anything super solid. What we can identify at the very least is that he is working in black and highlighting black, which in itself is a challenge. But the additional things that he's done that are really pushed to better models is weathering. So he's even actually glued on texture onto the cloaks, so that there's some caked on mud on those things, and then he's brought out the brown to make sure that he weathers those with a little bit of dusting around the cloak edges. What he's done on the armor plates of the other clan rats as well is he has stayed pretty dark with those, because it would probably be a little bit outlandish if he went really bright on that armor when everybody else is cloaked in darkness and black cloaks. So pick becomes the next little bit of challenge, where he can do some scraping edges on the metal plates and especially on the weapons to differentiate them from the rest of the black. And further on to the compliments that I really like in here is he has gone to some extent of doing some jazzy bases on these things with the stonework, and he has put some washes on there to give us a little bit of browny, dirtier groundwork color, and then the occasional tuft of grass texture. So all those things are the positives. Kind of universally, it looks like a really cool warband, at least from the 3 foot away version.
Yes, we need some better picks. 'Cause, yeah, it's great. Good green stuff close.
Oh.
Very good conversion there.
Good point out. I didn't say that, but yeah, clearly sculpted cloaks. Well done.
All right. Well done.
Yeah.
All right, Jeff, you want to take the Glade Lord?
I do. So Arceus, this is a really nice looking model. I like your color selection. I think that the red and the green play off each other really nicely, but they're not bright red and bright green, so it doesn't look too Christmassy. I think it looks very earthy because the red's very brownish. Really cool stuff. The things I like best about this are the way you painted the armor and the way that you painted the forest sprite. It's kind of hanging around the log there. But if I were to challenge you further, I've got 2 pieces of advice. One, I'd like to see the hair highlighted up just a little bit more, maybe at the top of the hair and some of the most protruding portions. The braid on the back is an example. And I'd also challenge you to feather out that highlight on the cloak. Yeah, where it comes to a point where it's the back of his left shoulder. Yeah, it looks you got the star there. I think that you want to blend that out just a little bit more and make it so that it's not so stark, because it strikes me as something that attracts my eye right away when I look at it, but that should be a little bit more of a gentle transition from dark to light there. But those are 2 nitpicky things. Overall, I think the model's really strong.
Agreed on both on good points. Okay, so first up, Scarecrow with more Stormcast. These guys are clearly seeing some action. We're loving that blood for the blood god. I think on these guys, actually, it's fine. You used maybe the right amount here, maybe a little much. On this guy, I think it's like on the weapon, good. Here, maybe a bit too much scattered around, like on the lantern. Was he beating somebody to death with the lantern? I don't know. But overall, I very much like your color scheme. I just want to make sure I mention that because I don't know if I mentioned it with the last guys, but I very much like the color of blue you chose here. So I think that looks really good. It's just with the and it does contrast well enough with the red, classic Bretonnian colors of the blue and red. Most of your red's coming about through blood, but it still works, and it's working to serve out to balance the other red. But yeah, mostly the same stuff I said before. Also here, we need some better picks too. Let's get this again. Just same thing as previous. All right, so let's jump into Mickey's Infinity. Force de réponse rapide Merovingian. There you go. That's French.
Your French is so impeccable.
Isn't it though? You could pretty much drop me in Paris and I'm good to go. All right, so I know Mickey's been working on these guys. I like them very much. So like we've talked about black bases, and in general I take the concept of the Model T of Henry Ford of you can have any color you want as long as it's black. With base rims because it's meant to be a frame around the model. But here I actually don't hate what he's done in doing like the French flag or whatever because it's rather fun. And so I think this is an okay example or exception to the rule. Little things I like is he's got some good highlighting of his grays. I love the beard sort of stubble on this guy here on the left. I think that's very well executed. Like the glasses and stuff are good. What I would challenge you on, Mickey, is smoothing out your blues. Your highlights are good. Your brush control on like your lines and stuff is pretty good. You could crisp it up a little here, on these lines. Like yeah, you can see that, it's not quite as sharp as we might want. But again, I only notice that when I get way in there. So I think what I would really challenge you on is smoothing out your blue transitions, because some of these are a little stark. in here. And blue can be a tough color to work with because sky blue and lighter colored blues all mix in white, which makes them hard to do. So the only real way with blue, adding in flesh to blue does make it look rather weird. Instead of using straight white to lighten it up, use your same blue. Don't go to a lighter blue in your paint scheme. Don't let them put white in your paint for you, okay? Or cadmium or whatever it is that they're using to make white pigment. Control it yourself by using an ivory or an aged white and then mixing. Okay, then you've got the same base tone for all shades of blue, but you're controlling the white tone in it. Okay, that would be my advice there. If you want more gray, then use a gray instead of that, right? And control it up with, again, one blue color. Do not use more than one blue. And control everything through adjusting your tint and shade by black and white, or by off-white, ivory, sand, something like that, or grays, to adjust your tint and shade. Okay? All right.
Yep.
Okay. Let's see. More from Paul. Kieran, you want to take Paul's here? And then...
Yeah, we got a couple things from him right away there, don't we?
Oh, did Paul have a couple?
Yeah, he's got those corn boys and then some of the Tyranid monstrosities shortly after.
Oh, yeah, sure, okay.
Yeah, fire me on. Let's look at both of those.
Yeah, sounds good. I'll jump on Rasmus's battle engine or whatever after that, and then if you want to, Jeff, if you want to take Andrew's other piece there.
Sounds great.
No, I guess the thing to say here when we're looking at these models is again, there's lots of carry through of red and brass to look at over the last few months. And I guess that shows a little bit of legs to this Age of Sigmar box set and how that's carrying through for hobbyists around the community. That's still a big part of their project tables. So on his, what we see uniquely different, I suppose, than the other corn stuff that we've looked at for most of the month, is he's gone with a brighter red for armor rather than the crimson that we've seen on other things. And then conversely, stayed a little bit darker on the brass, it seems, in this photo anyway. I do wish it was a little bit of a tighter shot to see that for sure, but it kind of reverses that palette a little bit. What I mean comparatively to the others is that we've seen brighter brass and deeper red. So he's flipped that on his head here, and I'm going to go on record as saying I still kind of like this. I do, and maybe it's more copper than brass is what he's going for there. What it might need to differentiate between the red and the copper, though, is maybe try to incorporate more spaces of iron. And this goes back to something I was saying about the dwarf, where it's a lot of samey brass across a model as a whole. If we can get some more spots of iron there to break it up, I think that would appeal to the eye a little bit better. But otherwise, quality stuff here. I got no other complaints about it. So let's go look at his Tyranid bit. Okay. Now on this guy, with blue and purple, we have almost a bright electric blue on here. And again, with a distant shot, I don't know that I have a great deal to offer you. Especially as a head-on shot, I can't see a lot of variation in that bone, which are both the bone weapons and the scythes or mandibles or whatever those things are. You can see a little bit on the head that it does go into the brown spectrum a little bit, but if I was to have a side shot, I could probably give you more critique about that. So what I can see prominently on here, though, is that blue, and the blue could have a little bit of more depth of color in that one anyway. The cowling around the head that frames the head seems dark, but that's probably just because it's in shadow of your photography shot. I don't know that I have a whole lot more to add without a different set of shots to look at, Paul. But you're tidy at the very least on both the corn models and this one. Your accuracy of where you're laying the paint seems to be very purposeful, and that's something to build upon for the rest of the models that you're going to do.
Agreed. I would also say, and I mentioned this in the comments originally, less gloss. He said that because this guy was metal, he added a lot of, like, 3 layers of varnish to him, try to prevent chipping and stuff, which I understand metal model's the devil and should be stricken from existence. But yeah. But that being said, I would wonder what varnish you're using. Like, there are really good matte varnishes out there that will not create this level of gloss, and you don't have to wait for solvent to dry over weeks or anything like that. So I would say experiment with like a Army Painter anti-shine matte varnish, or airbrushing a Pledge Future, shine or whatever. Like, even something like that can really be, if you want a little bit of sheen, like the old Pledge with Future Shine or whatever is a pretty good one. So yeah, just my thought there. I agree. More shots, closer shots. We want to see some angles. Give us more, Paul. We want more. All right. So this is Rasmus's. This is the Penitent Engine, right? If I have memory serves.
Hey, good call, Vince. You remember a 40K model's name.
There you go. It's been oh boy. Let's just say more years than I want to say. But good stuff. Things I like, again, purple, or sorry, the pink color with it, good combination. Good addition of the little sprite to the base to balance out your pink triangle. I like it. I hope that's why that's there. It's because you wanted 3 instances of it. If that is, well done. Good GJ on that. Because it also creates a nice line up and down to keep your eye moving. So that's good. I'd like to see a little more edge highlight on the metal. It's dark. You got the right metal color. Love it. Penitent Engines, old steel, good. Good base. Just want to see a little more highlight action. All in all, most of what we said on the base previously is good. One tiny, itty-bitty nit, and this is the silliest thing in the world, but it bothers me, so I apologize, Rasmus. Your fleur-de-lis is wrong. The fleur-de-lis of the sisters curves up on the sides, not down. So, like
it looks droopy, doesn't it?
Yeah, you've got like a droopy fleur. These need to come up because it is a flower, right? So it should, yeah. Okay. Anyways, small little note. I know that's silly and stupid, but it's something that just jumped out at me. Overall, this is great, and I agree. This is truly one of the most fantastic models GW ever produced. When do those Plastic Sisters come? Who cares? TGG2 comes soon, and that will be Plastic Sisters. All right. So at any rate, Jeff.
Mr. Andrew, I really like what you've done with these 2 models. You said you were just painting these up as a quick little fun project, a model you happened into at your game club. I like what you've done here, especially because it's a great example of what you can do with one strong color, the green, and a selection of neutral colors. Lots of browns, tans. There are probably 5 or 6 of those neutral colors throughout these models, and it still looks really, really solid because you aren't adding a lot of primary colors. You're just sticking to the green and the neutrals. I don't have a huge amount to say. Technically, it seems sound to me, and I like what you've done with the color application. The basing also is a strong point with the flowers. Those are Silflor marigolds, and those are really cool looking. I love using those on my own models, and I really enjoy what you've done here. It's good work.
Agree, absolutely. I guess my one small note would be knock some of the shine out of that chainmail, because everything else is so earthy. That one bright metal is really just kind of stands out on his wrist. But I love it. I love the green. Also, beautiful blonde hair. Take note, people. That's great execution on blonde hair right there. It's not yellow. That's great. Andrew works with like hair really well, I think. Okay. So let's see. Kieran, you want to take Scott R's big banner bearer, and then I'll talk about my my Kingdom Death model, and then we'll go up and we'll do Jeff. If you want to take Matt Hogan's big devil from Wrath of Kings.
Cool.
There might have been one that you missed, just a nick back.
Oh, did I? Oh, I'm sorry, I did. I apologize. Mr. Lee Mech Shop. All right.
Mr. Lee's Mech Shop.
All right. Well, since the orc is singular, we'll give you that and Mr. Lee's here, if that's okay,
yeah,
Kieran.
Okay. Well, Mr. Lee's exhibit here is one of my favorites for the month, I'm going to say.
Yeah, this would have been a crime to miss. I'm very apologetic because I love what he did with this. So thank you for catching it.
So he's done this. He was explaining that he wanted to do this as an elf lord for competition. And I actually meant to look back upon this to see if he ever commented about what the result of the competition was, but I don't think he did. So we're still awaiting your response here, sir, about how that turned out for you.
Mr. Lee Mech Shop, if that is your real name.
Yeah, Mr. Mech Shop. So there's a whole lot of different textures that he's thrown into this. What I really think is a really cool color choice, and it's not a very common thing in the paint palettes that we work with, is the rose color, the dusty rose color that he's used on the armor for the model, as well as on the plating of the eagle's head. And then he ties that in with the leaves that go down the eagle's back, as well as on the stems of those branches that come off the back of the base. So he's got that triangulation in there, and a really cool color choice that would have been really hard to do without making it look fleshy, because it almost does look fleshy with that dusty rose thing, but he stayed close enough away from it and gone a pale flesh on the actual elf model to distinguish that. So I'm really attracted to that color is the first thing that I want to say about this model. A couple other points that I thought were really attractive was his glowy little sneaky imp that's underneath that branch that he's standing upon. And he just looks like pure magic, right? And he's casting a little bit of glow onto the branch itself and up underneath the cloak. Because otherwise it would be, if we look at the back end of the cloak, is a pretty dark one, but a little glowworm down there brightens it all up, and it's cast correctly upon the lighting on the bottom side of the cloak as well. So I think that's really well done. And then we have, again, when we look at the composition of a model, we have some triangulation going on between the sword, which goes from blue into white on the tips of it to give the highlights, and that triangulates with the wingtips of the eagle itself and the fur on the cloak of this guy. So there's a few different, I guess, marked points on here where he's really thought about color composition, even though he has a lot of different textures going on through this model that ties it in really nicely. So for that reason, or all those reasons, I guess, Mr. Mech Shop's Wood Elf here is one of my favorites for the month.
Yeah, it's agreed on all points. Well done. All right, now for Scott R's Orc Banner Bearer.
Yes, God's Banner. Okay. Sorry, I'm just pulling it up for myself over here too.
No, that's fine.
Yeah. So dark iron that you would expect to see on an orc, and dark flesh as well. And even his red he has stayed with a muted color with. But on all those counts, I think that I would still like to see another smoother level of highlight on both the flag and the armor and the flesh. On all 3 points of those, we just need not a great surface area. Like don't go nuts and paint this thing so it suddenly turns orange. But on all those surface areas, I think we need one more highlight to touch that up. The thing that he has taken the challenge to do is a little bit of freehand. He's doing the black hand on that, and he's edge highlighted that to make it a more defined image on the flag itself. But I think where you fell short in defining those fingers is we could also use that to define the dags that you've put on the top and the bottom rows on that banner flag, Scott. So that might be the thing to add if you're to go back to this. The complementary things that we want to finish off with is all these extra textures that you did on the base itself really show us a particular plot of land that's more realistic. And I also like that you've painted in the striations on the horn as well as we've transitioned the colors from light to dark. So those are my pluses.
A lot of the same things going on the boar boy here. Yeah, agreed.
Yeah. Odd that I think that though he's, when we talked, because we just finished talking about the horns, is he's reversed his style on the horns here. You see what I mean? So
yeah. It's the opposite.
dark to light instead of light to dark as it comes away from the source of the horn. So a little bit odd. I mean, both of those are stylistic choices. But when you're probably going to put these models side by side on the field, that might end up looking odd when they're together.
All right.
Yeah. So I'll let you take it over from there.
All right, so I hate the lighting on this and how it came out. I had a better shot of it on black. She doesn't work on white with the lighting setup I had. So there you go. This was going to be a competition piece, but I hated how it turned out, so it's not going to be that anymore. She didn't glue together right, and try as I could, I couldn't fix her. This is a Kingdom Death model, Assassin. It's funny you mentioned the brown rose color. I searched forever to find this color pink, which is what in the art she's drawn with. And when I did a color comparison, it was called Hipster Pink in its hexadecimal code. I thought it was funny.
So therefore, you couldn't buy it?
It's not a paint you could buy. I ended up mixing it using that sort of brown, dusty rose color. The picture is crap. That being said, her skin tone came out well. I spent a lot of time on that, obviously mixing in the red tones and the darker tones. This lighting makes it look really stark shock. It's not quite that severe. I was happy with the flowers and stuff, how that came out. Those are all from courtesy of I picked those up from the Dice Bag Lady. Great site if you like different tufts and stuff. She's awesome. Yeah, I mean, all in all, the model was extremely annoying to paint, and I did not have a good time painting it. I don't think the white hair works, like the grayish white hair. Again, in the picture, she has this very gray white hair. I don't think that flies. Yeah, in the end, I really dislike this model strongly. So, but what else did I do wrong? Any thoughts, gentlemen?
I don't hate it as much as you do, Vince. I still like the model, actually. I think the flesh is really strong. Yeah, I think you're right. The photo isn't up to your standards, but as far as most people's standards, it's pretty damn good. And yeah, I really think that the flesh works well.
I think if I'm going to give you some honest criticism, Vince, I think that unlike the Dusty Rose that Mr. Lee Mechshop did with a really pale skin on his elf, your Dusty Rose cloth here versus the really, you took an effort to make the skin look more rosy itself, and therefore not enough differentiation on those two different textures.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think the pink color works. I agree. It was a swing and a miss. That's what I'll say. It's just she needs to be multiple color patterns on this need to change, I think. But hey, there you go. Sadly, she will not be entering any competitions anytime soon. But she's still on my shelf, so there you go.
Yeah.
A lot of lessons learned, and that's a good thing. All right. Okay. Jeff, Matt Hogan's big devil guy, Wrath of Kings.
Yeah, Matt. So I like what you've done here and the color applications that you've decided on here. I've got two pieces of advice for you in looking at this model. One, I think that you need to highlight up the red a little bit more. And two, I'd like to see a little bit more highlighting on the black areas. There are quite a bit of black areas. You've got the hair. It looks like the sword. The cloth around his waist. All of that, I think, needs to come up just a little bit more on the sharpest edges. You've done it on the shield, the buckler there, but I think you need to apply that same kind of highlighting on the sharpest edges of those black areas. Because here, the model just looks to me to be a little too dark. He's like a demon devil type of thing. He should be glowing a little bit more with his flesh, I think. But overall, it's a cool looking model, and a nice looking base on it too. But I think a little bit more highlighting would go a long way.
I just wanted to also say props on the horn striations. I thought for sure you would mention it because he has a lot of very good color tonal variations in the horns.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Definitely
That's a,
something we've hit on a lot, and I think Matt really nailed it here. All right. Kieran, any thoughts before we move on?
no, I was just going to say I thought that those on the horns were wrappings.
Oh,
And
are they supposed to be wrappings?
I think so. I think so, but that doesn't take away from what you said about it. It certainly looks good.
Yeah, absolutely. I just assumed they were like, whatever they are, you did it right. Whether I guess it could be either, but it looks good as either, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let's go. Kieran, if you want to take Idic Beers, Warwalker, and then I'll take
Yeah.
Amanda's Reaper Figs, and then Jeff. I think this is right in your wheelhouse, Dan
Yes.
Felton's Knights here.
Yes, it is.
That belong. You own that spiritually. All right, Kieran, kick us off.
Okay, well you can just you can run through these photos because he gave us 30, which is lots, and rich with colors here, and rich with photos. So I'd say I'm first stricken by the fact that we have purple and white together, which is pretty good. I like it, and it's a very warm purple as well, not a cold purple like I commonly do. Warlock purple is the GW land and realm that he's kind of worked his way through here, and he has gone through some transitions that are fairly smooth with eventual sharp edging throughout that. So I'm pretty happy with it. I think there could be more of a little bit of greater territory of mid-tone, however. And what I mean by that is when we look at going from the edging, and it's a big piece of armor plate, especially down the legs, there probably needs to be a little bit more of the middle area of color throughout that, because in other words, it stays too dark for a longer stretch of the plating. So that's my one critique on there. The other thing that really caught my eye on this is he's done his gemstones, or what would be in the position of gemstones, in a yellow amber. And I think that's a really intriguing thing, but I think if you wanted to make it look like gemstone amber, then we can go with a little bit of brown as a darker point on it. Colors in the GW range that sort of reflect that I think of are bubonic brown, or that XV88, which is a tau color, and treated in the same way that you would a red or a blue gemstone, but go brown to yellow, and then still have your gleam of light on there. And I think that would really look like a glowing piece of amber that's mounted in there as your spirit stone, like the Eldar have. But thanks for giving me lots of photos to look at here, though, throughout. I wish I was elaborate enough to describe everything in detail as all your photos. But
yeah, you can see they're all like magnetized too, like
yeah,
gun swaps.
Yeah, that was a point that he made.
Yeah, good magnetization. I love the plum. It's fantastic color, Idic. Yeah, I agree though. My actual one issue would be the white. The white's too white. There's no variation to it at all. I need more line. Like in these recesses, I need something else going on. That same, like a purple or something that's sparking this off, because all the white is just white.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that too.
Okay. But that plum looks so rich. Man, that's a great color. Okay. So Amanda, so these are, I think, again, she posted, I think, for the first time last month, and this is very early into painting. All right, so knowing that and trying to give some constructive feedback here. Okay, so my first thought is we've got, I see the telltale signs of some glossy varnish here, so I want to get rid of that straight away. The other thing I would say is, with it, brush control, paint control, those kind of things, you'll learn them over time, because we can clean some of this stuff up, and that's just something you'll get as you work with paint and your brushes over time. And I'd like to see them on bases at some point. With the bone stuff, I often like to cut this bottom crap off of their feet. This thing here that they come out of the mold on, just cut it off and stick them on a base. You can drill up into bones so easy. Now that being said, like your green cloak here, this is fantastic. This is great color variation down to this hunter green up to your lighter green here. I love this. This is just wonderful. And you did it again over here with the purple up to that magenta, and even pink. That's again wonderful. I love that, and I love that you're going all in on trying to do the eyes and this kind of stuff. So that's good. I think you're doing a lot of the right things here. You've got great blends on a lot of these. I think what really, Amanda, what I would focus on is just getting your clean paint job over time. You know, just work with the models, paint more. Bones are tough because these figs have garbage detail. To be very frank with it, like I hate man-sized bones figures. They always come out looking squidgy because the cast itself is squidgy. So I certainly don't even blame you for a part of that. And what I would say is you're really nailing your color transitions and stuff. For just starting out, you're really grabbing onto it. So keep that up. That is, you know, really, really great work for early into it. So what I would just look at is your control and grab some figures that aren't bones, or grab some larger bones figs, and you'll probably have improve your results straight away. Also, great work on the eyes on this guy. It's a little bold. They're a little big, but I think with an elf you can get away with that. I think elves can have big anime eyes, and that's kind of okay, especially if that's the style you're going for. Yeah, well done.
I want to pipe in with a couple of things because I was reading her comment that she put about it.
Please.
She used a pearlizing additive when she was painting the cape to give it some kind of optical illusion effect. So I'm curious about that kind of additive because I don't think I've ever come across it. Probably because I haven't sought it out, but she said she added a pearlizing additive to the paint color on that green cloak.
Huh. I wonder if she was probably using a Pearl. Well, I would guess it's one of in the Pearl X line, which I've played around with and used some of. Mm-hmm. So that would be my suspicion. Yeah, interesting.
And then one other thing, not related to any painting at all, or not those figures anyway. She adds here. She recently found out that the Reaper factory and store is very close to her, and they have a painting club on Saturdays.
Oh, that'd be fantastic. Yeah, I mean, obviously, yeah, that would be a great thing to hit up.
Yeah, so if she can get some in-person interaction with other painters there, that would go miles to help out a painter.
Absolutely. Totally awesome.
I'd go to that if it was near me.
I think it's in Texas.
I'm pretty sure that's correct.
Yeah. That's where their Reaper Con is, and I think they do that near where they are. All right. Dan Felton's Chaos, giving me just a straight run on the brightness of Chaos figures. All right,
yes.
Take us to it, Jeff.
I'm gonna dare to say something. I'm gonna dare to say that, you know, if you're gonna go with this green and turquoise color scheme, I think you need to pop the other colors up to 11 as well. I want you to go all the way with it. The haft on the weapon, I think that could be highlighted up a little bit more. I think you could highlight the horse up a little bit more. And definitely the horns on the side of the head there. Those look a little flat. I think you mentioned in the comments, Dan, that you were thinking about revisiting the horns at the same time you revisit the haft, the wooden haft. So here's something you could try. It's something I would do, and this model is very much something I would do. So maybe you'll take this advice. When you're painting that staff, the wooden haft on the weapon, try to do thin lines highlighted up with whatever color you choose to highlight. And you could also try to do this on the horse's body. You could do some thin line highlights as well. I think that would look really good with your scheme that you're choosing to do here. And the same thing on the horns, actually. You could do nice thin lines, highlighted up to a bone color, 3-4 layers. Getting thinner as you get toward the top of the model. Obviously, the reaction that most people would have when they look at this model is like, "Oh my God, what are you doing?" But this is right up my alley. I really like what you've done, and I think that this model works better than some of your previous models because you've gotten rid of that purple that you'd used on some of the Chaos Warriors in previous months. So I really like what you've done here, Dan.
Good.
All
I got
right.
nothing to add.
Absolutely agree. No, I agree. If you're going to lean into it, I agree. All right. So, Kieran, if you want to take, we're almost to the end of the month. Kieran, if you want to take Archaeos Portal, I'll take Hoof Skeletons because I have some experience with those, and then Jeff will give you Chris Smith's Big Dragon.
Cool.
So, Kieran, kick it off.
Well, I do like that he's given us a nice, good comparison contrast all in one shot here, right? And this gives us an offering of what kind of different things you can do with a cool model this way. So he's gone spectral and ghostly on the one on the right versus fiery and angry with the one on the left. So what I take away from this is he stayed, when he goes into the stone on the fiery one, he stayed into a warm color tone with that, right? Sandstone and that warm kind of rock. Whereas on the spectral ghostly one, he stayed into a dark, colder, sort of a slate color tone over there. So I think that's wonderful. However, I think the one color choice where he's gone with the warm brass or bronze as the metallic on the stone, on the top archway of that spectral one on the right, I think that's the one thing that stands out to me that just doesn't quite fit with the rest. I think I might have just left that stone as it was, even though it might have felt a little bit flatter. But that's the one critique that I would have. I think overall the way that he's done the fire, although we talk about fire being brightest at the source and moving away darker, I don't mind it on that one on the left, the way that he's started dark and gone lighter, because again, it's spectral, so who am I to say? Whereas on the one on the right, where he has actually gone blue, green, and spectral with it and come out to the wispy lightness, that is how I kind of imagine that. Although it's not a real thing in life, that is nailed it, and that's exactly how I would have done it too. So thanks for this, Archaeos. It's a good comparison of the things that we can do with that. And I think for others that are going to paint this in the future, there's a couple of really good points of reference for inspiration you can come back to.
Yeah, I totally agree. All points. One wonderful example of how varied this kit is. Good execution.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Hooves with his first skeletons, starting the last march of the Tomb Kings early. So here's what I'll say about Hooves. So he was following my tutorial for using his airbrush for the first time, and this was his first shot with the airbrush on how to do skeletons. So I think he did good. He followed it. I know the way he took this, it washed out some of the highlights. I've seen some other photos of them. If we zoom in, you can see a lot more of the yellow tone better where it didn't get washed out, right? So you got the white on the top, you got this. And I talked to him about it, and I think you're on the right road. I think you loosen up on that trigger just a little bit, lessen each step. You don't need to cover the sepia wash completely with the first bone reblow of the zenithal. Then and let the successive layers sort of slowly etch away the sepia wash that you drill the whole thing with. Overall, though, I like the execution. One small note I might make is you may want to think about turning the bows the same blue, because right now they have that very sharp, bright shock of blue on their feather tips, but they have no balance to it. If you made the bow, it would naturally create a triangle. I mean, think about it. The bow is literally the bottom of a triangle attacking to the arrow feathers. And you still have plenty of brown scattered around between their leather strappy thing and the quiver on the back and whatnot, not to mention the base itself being fairly neutral brown toned. Final note, don't forget to paint them bases. I don't know if you just painted them gray, but I would say these would pop a lot more if this was black. Having them be a light color is not doing you any favors against that desert. If you want to stay in the brown tone, go for like a deep, deep, deep black brown, which I don't hate that at all. So there you go. But well done. And yeah, doing skeletons with an airbrush is good and fun and fast. Okay, Jeff, you want to take Chris Smith's dragon?
Yeah, so first I'll say, Chris, get better soon. You said you had a bit of flu symptoms going on there. I hope you can get back to painting soon. You mentioned that you were going to return to this model and you wanted to do something on the banner. I think that's a great idea. Maybe some elven runes would be a good idea there, but whatever you like. And it's clear that you're interested in doing freehand because we can see it on that robe, the falling down at the bottom there. Yeah, that red there. But I've got a couple of pieces of advice for you. First, I'd say, just like Vince was just talking about with the base, you want to put some kind of dark color, probably a black, around the base there just to finish that up. And I think that if you wanted to challenge yourself, if you were interested in really diving back into this model, I'm not sure if it's part of a larger army. If it is, maybe you've decided on your paint scheme already. But if you were willing to repaint any parts of this model, I'd recommend you making a couple of color changes. So I counted on this model. You've got light blue, dark blue, red, green, purple, bone, and then the basing greens, which are slightly different. I think that's too many colors. What you could do, if you were interested in spending some more time on the model, is you could repaint the gems and all of the dark blue parts, that same color red you're using on the tongue, the lance, and the part of the robe where you've done the freehand. I think cutting those colors out and replacing them with red would really strengthen the model because you'd be down to that light blue, red, and the dragon's color itself, and then a couple of green parts. I think that would be a lot stronger and make the model look more cohesive. Having said that, if you want to keep the colors you've got, if you like what you've done, then you might want to return to parts of this model and neaten it up just a little bit. On this picture, for example, you can see the reins, the cloth on the reins, have these highlights that are, I was going to say that the blue, the light blue there, Vince, those lines could be sharpened up a lot more. They're a little bit too sloppy right now, and it really takes away from a really powerful centerpiece model that you want to really impress people across the table with. So that's my advice to you, Chris. I like what you've done, but I think that you could push it a little bit further.
Good thoughts. Okay. All right, so now we've got, let's see. Oh, we're at the end. There you go. We're at the end. We've got 3 more. So, Kieran, you want to take your own model? And then, Jeff, if you want to take Martin's High Elf. Okay. And I'll take Tyler's Skink here. Okay, so this is his converted Skink Starseer. I like your conversion. He's great. I love his little angle. I like his little white body. Your flesh tone work here is fantastic. I mean, really great. I love it. Love the warm white. Love the browns in the recesses. This is top notch, Tyler. I really do love it. The marble headpiece, I know is what you're going for. It doesn't work. It's not marble. I saw the GW tutorial you're talking about. I honestly think it's crap. That is to say, their tutorial. I normally love the stuff that Duncan does. I think I think his end effect was not anything that looks like any marble I've ever seen in my life. So I do not blame you at all for that. I think you followed it accurately. I just don't think that the end result looks like marble. Fortunately, because of the way you modeled it, like because of the way you did the paint, let me see if I can find the right picture here that has him dead front on. There we go. In this like X pattern, I think it just looks like a good piece of like freehand design on the helmet. So it's fine. Like you don't need to change a thing. It worked out fine. And I actually don't. If you had just done this in sort of a flat white, I think it would look boring. But I think as it is, you actually picked it up nicely with that. So that is fine. I think your gold has some good variation, but I'd like to see more highlights. Top of the shield here. Tops of these little flaggy things. Up here. Top here. Coming up into a white gold. If you must, even into a silver. Just, picking out these little things. You want to see that variation. Same with the red. Just a little slight highlight here. If this guy's a character, lavish the time. It's okay. It's not a guy who's, alone. You want him to stand out. The characters are a chance to play around and to dedicate time. When you're line painting and it's 30 Sauruses, hey, I understand, man. You got to get done. You do what you do. The other thing I would say is, like, this flock, all right, personal opinion, take this flock and throw it in the garbage, okay? Or don't. Keep it, but use it for moss. I hate this powder flock stuff, it's very like 1980s grass. Static grass mixed around in varying points is fine. Tufts mixed with static grass, better. At any rate, either case, you need some more. This is, again, we're playing on a mini golf course here, right? Even at scale, this is too short. This is a manicured, not just a manicured lawn, this is a manicured mini golf course. It's just too flat. I need to see some more stuff on the base here. I use this, I do keep a small amount of this stuff around. I use it for crack moss on big rock things when I need to dip it in. And then I also wash it down to get it darker. So there you go. Just some thoughts. All right. Kieran, your own guy here.
Well, the simple things I want to say about this are I sculpted a little bit of flame on his fist out there, and then painted that as I believe flame should be painted. This was another attempt at doing some dark flesh, although there's not a lot of exposed flesh on there. I wanted to represent some fiery business throughout the rest of the model as well, so trying to stay deep crimson but still get up to a bright point of orange or even yellow on some of the other places was a mild challenge. When I look at it again, I kind of wish my deeper recesses were still darker. And what you don't see in the snapshots that I took here was I eventually, after I posted this, went back and did an image of an elemental of fire on the back of his cloak afterwards as well.
Nice.
And a little overexposure of light in my photography, I can see it, especially on that first one.
Yeah, you really hit the light there. Because it looks like your steel has almost no tonal variation to it, but I imagine in reality that's not the case. I think that's just being washed out.
On this shot here, when you see the left shoulder pad, that's more.
Yeah.
That's a little more accurate.
Yep, I think just that first picture, we had a bit of overexposure. Yeah, I like it. I like your blue. I like the red. I like the flame.
I really like the color scheme. I think this is cool.
Yeah. He struck me as a superhero kind of color scheme, though.
Yeah.
It is. It's very four-color comics. Yeah.
Yeah. Is that not what you were going for, though, or?
Well, not entirely. I mean that blue undercloth is the tie-in for the rest of the faction, but the rest of it had to be fiery. So just for the nature of this, what this model does.
I think this would be a cool color scheme. We were talking about Skitarii earlier. I think this is a really cool for those giant robots. I think this Skitarii color scheme. This would look good on those big doughboy robots.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Cool stuff.
Good. Right, but let's move on from this. Let's finish up with other people's stuffs.
All right. Last one. Here we go. End of February with the High Elf.
All right, Martin. So I've been looking at your models here. Your several pictures of your model here. First of all, I'll say that I like what you're going for with the winter base. It's a pretty cool high elf way to theme your army fighting over. I hope you have some white lions mixed in as well. But what I'll say is that I think you want to think a little bit differently about your whites here. And maybe it's because you're doing it on a white snow base that you've elected to do just basically a flat white, but I think you really need more depth to this color. You want either some blue gray or gray in the recesses of the back of this cape, for example, in the folds of this cloth. It's hard to see all of the movement of that material because you've got just one flat color. And I'd also say that with your green, ethereal, swirling magic that the mage is standing upon, I think that comes across as a little bit bleached out. It looks like you've got a white undercoat here, and you've washed over it with a couple of layers of maybe some kind of green citadel wash. And I think that bleaches out a little bit of that magical energy. To my mind, if he's standing atop a mass of magic energy, it should be glowing. And here it looks a little too bleached out for my liking. But overall, it looks like your color application in terms of staying with the lines is pretty solid. but the more you could practice neatness, the better off you'll be. I think just trying to add a little bit more depth to the cloth is the big thing that I would do to try to improve this model and other models like this moving forward. But it's a good start.
Agreed. All right, and that brings us to the end of the month. There you go. Another PmP review done. Before I stop, do we want to pick a favorite real quick? Do you gentlemen have a favorite of the month?
I got one ready to go.
All right, what's your favorite?
Mr. Wade's Messenger guy.
Oh, it's a solid pick. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Masterfully done.
Yeah, that was my runner-up. I was going to give my nod to Mr. Lee Mech Shop's Eagle and Elf Lord.
Oh, cool.
One.
Very nice.
Yeah,
I'm going to go ahead and it's a solid one for sure. I am going to give mine to up here. Where is it at? I scanned past it. There we go. I'm picking Mickey this month. I'm going to go for Sigval just because I got to represent my boy. We're the most gorgeous worshiper of Slaanesh, the Ryan Gosling of Slaanesh Chaos Generals. Well done, all. There you go. Let's get back out here. Another great month. Thank you, everybody who submitted. Absolutely fantastic. We very much appreciate all the submissions. I love going through them. All of this is obviously everybody's on a different point in their hobby journey, and this is just about continuing forward. It's exactly what you said. Just the most important thing to keep moving forward is to have the will to want to get better. That's it. Nobody's at the end of this road. Kieran, Jeff, any closing thoughts before we end it for the night?
Just keep on painting, keep working at it, and every month I look forward to seeing you guys getting better and better. It's really a pleasure to view your models and to give you some advice.
And I would add to that although we spend our time at the beginning of the next month going back on everything that's happened for the first number of weeks, having not submitted anything to the PmP for a few months leading up to here, I was shamefully reminded that the true purpose of this community is to get that feedback as you go. And I even did on my models, which I went back and fixed up a couple of them. Within a couple of days of me posting a picture. And I want to encourage everybody in the community to keep doing that for every submission that goes up there, right? Because everybody needs feedback, not just once a month, but a whole lot more during the way.
Yeah, emphasis on the motivating.
Yeah,
absolutely. 100% correct. We will never be able to go as deep as everybody throughout the month commenting. Keep them comments coming. Keep everything positive, constructive, and always keep submitting models. And we'll see you next time.